Hello. Hi, hi. How are you all doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm stuck. I don't know why I always tend to get stuck when I'm in 3D, but hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. It's been a while since I've been in 3D instead of like flat, right? I miss being 3D. I miss having volume. Sorry. I feel weird today, right? I don't know what happened. What? I'm being grabbed and I'm being booped. Uh-oh. Oh my god, the entire screen is just me being booped. Oh my god. Can I grab some of these? I wanna grab some boop. I don't think I can. Hi Ion, hi Jameson. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. I feel weird this morning. I woke up normally and then I suddenly rotate and boop the boot everywhere. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh my god, I've been booped everywhere. I woke up this morning and then suddenly I lost all my strength. You know how I don't know if you guys remember the game called QWOP? Yeah, that game, right? I suddenly flopped like that. Well, not to the extreme extent, right? But I suddenly lose all my strength and then my body just like falls down for a good few seconds. I cannot even exert any strength. It's like, eh? I'm so confused. And then after that, my head hurts like crazy, and then I'm back. So very weird. I don't know what's going on, but I'm okay now at least, other than this extremely painful headache that I'm experiencing right now. But I'm okay, honestly. Hi Chip. Spaceships? I've seen Celeste played it a little bit, and yeah, spaceships I think. Should be spaceships. And a lot of cute characters in the game as well. Hi Chip. Hope Chip is doing welcome. I wanna play Cobalt Core today. Imagine me playing Cobalt Core on stream. Oh my god. Well, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but in Cobalt Core, I found a map that's like I found a map that's like really good. It's like the main map, but it has updates on it, so it's like, ooh, very cool. So yeah, Cobalt Core is nice. I like Cobalt Core. And getting bonked. Then Cobalt Core. I'm fine, how are you as well? A little bit on the painful side, but honestly I'm okay, all things considered. Twitch save? Twitch is save, I think. Maybe. You're sending mixed signals? No, like also hi Dragon Colony, like I'm having like this bad headache, but like my body is still fine. So yeah. It's not painful to the point where I feel like I need to lie down, but it's there and it's like something like that. Want to play two Kobold Adventures to rescue a dragon named Kaisi? Well, I don't know if there will be a game like that. I don't make games though. Well, I used to, but making games is so extremely difficult that I don't want to. Well,
I'm here to ease your pain with 2 simple words.
Oh no,
Are you
I think
ready?
I know what that is.
Here it comes. Prepare yourself. Okay, let's go. Good girl.
Wow. Hi, Evie. Right, I should get that thigh real quick. I'm gonna get that thigh, and then I'm going to play Cobalt Core. I'm gonna play Cobalt Core. Cobalt Core. Oh, someone outside. It's okay. They're not gonna see me do. They're not gonna see me do squats here. All right, let's do it. I'm doing it. All right, here we go. It feels so hot. Oh my god. Why is it so hot today? Holy shit. I mean, it's hot too because my head hurts. Oh. Give you something to squat on. A banana? Until I rescue Kaisi and begins to become a bald head once again. Well, I do like to flop on dragons. It's one of my... I need to catch my breath. It's one of my favorite Kobold pastime. How about this massive huge long streak? 55? Oh my god. And a 5 from Chip? Oh my god. Thank you. I already had Panadol. Hopefully this will subside soon. It's so prevalent right now. Anyway. Look. It's so cute. I like. And this game is small too. Extremely small.
Good girl. Yes, you are. Good little pet Kobo.
I am pet. Focus and study, Jazz. Let's play Cobalt Core. But since the game is very small, I'm pretty sure my PC can handle this game along with all the 3D stuff that I opened. Should be fine. Oh. Oh.
Such a really good girl.
Wait. I'm sorry about the screen flashes. Oh, a stinky boat. Hello. Welcome. Spaceships and intros? Exactly. Let's put on 7. I think 7 is fine. Pixel font. Rumble? Oh, you can use controller to play this game. Wow. Yeah, everything should be fine. Loop 1, Lazuli Nebula Jump 0. What does this even mean? Wait, why is the game running like 30 FPS or something? Are you guys seeing this, or is it just me on my OBS? What? Oh, that's weird. My OBS looks like it's running at 30. Hopefully that's just on my end. You don't know? It's okay. Let's play. Looks normal. Okay. You know?
Lazuli is a pretty blue, just like the Kobo is a pretty good girl.
Corrupted? Uh-oh. Oh, that is giving me Signalis vibes. Hi, Roxas. Hello, cat.exe. Hey, wake up. Oh, who are you, Perry? You're so adorable. My head. Okay, good. Your vitals seem stable. Dizzy? What's happening? I had to wake you all up from cryo sleep early. There wasn't enough time to fully restore your memories. Hi, Rix. Oh, Possum? My memories? I needed those. I assume. Sorry, I had no choice. The command terminal will only respond to meat-based life forms. And there's a ship off the bow powering up their weapons. Everyone to the bridge now. Yo. Play cards to outwit your opponent. You draw 5 cards each turn. Each card costs energy. A card's energy cost is shown in the top left. Okay. Oh, top left, okay. You get 3 energy each turn. Use it or lose it. Energy doesn't last between turns. Okay. Attack your enemy with attack cards. You can always see what an enemy is planning to do. Enemy intend to attack you for 1 damage. Let's block their attack with some shield. You still got 1 energy. Play the rest of the turn out yourself. Okay. Multi-shot? Shield surge? Shield, block 1. Temporary shield, block 1 incoming damage. Goes away at the start of turn. Oh! Oh, there's permanent shield and temporary shield. I'm blocking it, but yeah, I'm trying to read it out. Multi-shot? Alright, end turn. Yikes, that's a big attack. Oh. We can use evade to dodge attacks. Play this card to gain 1 evade. Status are shown below your ship. Some have passive effect, others are used as resources. Evade is a status where you use to move around. Spend 1 evade to dodge the shot. Any evade you don't use will carry into future turns. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. You've got the basics down. Remember, you can always hover over cards, characters, or anything else for more info. Good luck out there. Thank you, cat. Lunge. Move right, instantly move 2 spaces to the right and attack. Let you move left. Or 2 evade, okay. Block shot. Draw 2 cards. A scramble costs 2 energy. But this is good for future turns, right? So let's play this. And let's end turn. Oh, it's a roguelike deck building game? I'm gonna be here for a while. Oh no. I'm pretty sure we can just block shot this one. 1 shield, yeah, temporary shield. Multi-shot. We can lunge. Easy hit. Oh, right, okay. Apply status effects to itself and then going to raise the shield. Those characters are adorable, I want to hug them. I know, right? Gosh, look at them. Use 1 evade. Gonna do basic shots and scramble for future turns. Oh. Instantly move 2 spaces to the right. Draw shot? They're gonna hit for 2, right? I can do shoot search here. Yeah, I'm blocking it. Not a scratch? Multi-shot. Shot. Okay. Got him. Draw shot? I should lunge. And then shot. Look at that. Pick an artifact. Artifacts are held by the ship's crew and change the rules of combat. You can have multiples on each crewmate. Oh, warp prep. Gain 1 shield and 1 evade on the first turn. Ooh, okay. Preview its upgrades. Oh, there's upgrade cards. Add 1 damage to all attacks, decreased by 1 at the end of turn. Options. Draw next turn. Oh. Draw 2 cards, draw next turn. Or 2 evade. I'll get options. Okay, I'm starting to remember. Right, the Kobold, the hyperdrive. Yeah, you blew it up. Maybe I vaguely remember pushing a button, then the white light. Yeah, you blew it up. Guys, shut up. You have this argument every loop. I've heard it 517 times now. Hi, Kobold. Oh my god, hi, Nick. Welcome, Kobold friend. Fine. Alright, we've got the coordinates of the Kobold program in. Let's get there and stop the time loop. See, Rix remembers. Usually she's the last one. I'm improving. Unusually strong enemy encounter. From here, right? And then go... Also offers cut upgrade and removal. Oh, I think for the first map I don't need to. Just gonna hit as much enemies as possible. So dun 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 dun.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobold, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Kobold gonna yip. Oh my god. The enemy is going to launch an object. Be careful, you don't know what it is yet. This one? Launch something. Oh my god, heckin' yip. Let's lunge.
Kobo yips like a good girl.
Even yipping is like a good girl, oh my god. And then multi-shot? We have 2 shields, so I should be fine. Oh, objects in the mid-row are between you and the enemy ship. They can block attacks that are much weaker than a ship and will be destroyed if they're hit by anything at all. Oh, 3 damage? Oh my god. We need 2, right? So options, evade. Look up for the missile, just shoot it! And basic shot. Good one. One, 2, right?
Yip, 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 yip. All the yips. Yip, 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 yip. Good girl.
Yip?
Wait, that wasn't a yip. Yip. Oh, but I guess it was pretty important. You
Yip.
know what? Yes. Let's good girl yip.
I guess we can do... Let's do options. Scramble 1. We're gonna do... Shield Surge. And Block Shot. Got him. It's okay. 3 attacks? Oh shit. One, 2, 3, 4. That kills. Nice, got him. Yep. Rev the engine. Whenever you move 1 further, loses an. This card is not discarded at the end of turn. Exhaust. Oh. Now supposed to go. Oh, have a good bath, Evie.
Breach shield. I want multi-shot. Piercing attack or 3. Oh, multi-shot. Oh. Options. Second. We're gonna do block shot. Yeah, block shot. We got a temporary shield, we can block all the damage here. The enemy is going to give you a card. This can't be dodged, get ready. Give you a card wherever you are, so just full damage them then, this one. If I can, I'll always get damage here. Lunge. No problem. Oh, they gave me trash? Throw shot. Shield surge and block shot. I'm still gonna take 1 damage here, so let's scramble. Just dodge. Yeah. The choice is getting a little ridiculous. It's so much trash, oh my god. Lunge. We can tank the hit. Shield surge. I think I need to get rid of the trash now. No, just draw shot. Easy damage. Nice. Too many trash. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, okay. I didn't realize they have a shield now. Options. We're gonna just block shot. Even if it's just temporary shield, we're gonna dodge this one. Lunge. Basic block, basic dodge. I didn't have any like attack cards, it's okay. Shit, I love games like this. Oh no. Got him. Endless magazine. Gain 1 chip shot at the start of every turn. Chip shot? Can I know what chip shot does? Oh, it doesn't exhaust. This is so good without exhausting. Quick thinking? Tree draw 3. Faint. I want endless magazine. Oh. Music? Oh my god, music? This part is weak. Oh, okay. It takes 1 more damage for attacks. Oh, wow, okay. I'm gonna do this. Multi-shot. Draw shot. And the lunge. Okay, endless magazine. And a basic shot, why not? Oh. Oh, wow, okay, I know what. Oh, that's so good, okay. Defensive turn. Oh, if only I have lunge here, would be nice. I can do full damage here, it's okay. Temporary shield, we don't need that, so just multi-shot, chip shot, basic shot. Okay. Nice shot. Oh, thank you, thank you. That's, they interact with each other, is so cute. I want to take that 3 damage. We can take 1 damage. We have shield. And now we can just keep attacking. I should probably farm some scramble here. Yeah, get some dodges in. Because it carries forward to the next smashes, so it's really good. Multi-shot, chip shot. We're 3 shield. We are going to face this head on, I guess. Unless... Oh, I need 1 more damage. Oh no. It's okay. Shield surge and a chip shot. And a block. Oh, too much. Oh, oops. I should have gone dodge instead. It's okay. And now we kill. Let's do options. Get that evade in. Multi-shot. No damage still? Extra battery. Gain 2 energy. Exhaust. Stun charge. Your next 1 attack will stun. Goes away at start of turn. Cancel the intent of targeted ship part. Ooh. This is so good though. Extra battery. Because I have options, I can play with this. Yeah, let's get this one. Artifacts and cards. Unusually strong enemy counter. I feel confident. I feel confident. Let's play this one. What on earth is that ship? It has so many guns. Hey, did you guys know there's a big bounty out for a ship with your registration number? We did not? Thanks for letting us know. No sweat. Well, we better be getting on our way. No. This part is brutal. It takes double damage for attacks. So the middle part. We'll take 2 damage. Block shot. Multi-shot. And then we get a basic dodge. We take 2 damage, but we have shield, so it's okay. Endless magazine, extra battery, scramble. We're gonna actually launch. Not a good idea. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna take 2 damage anyway, so let's use 1. Woohoo. Nice, I needed that. Options, chip shot. This is my big cool attack. To the middle. We can do 1 shield surge to tank everything. 2 multi-shots. And a chip shot. That kills? Damage was so good. Okay. Corrosion beam. Outgoing. This status will be applied to the enemy wherever they are. Deals 1 hull damage at the end of every turn. Playing this will remove this card for the rest of the combat. Okay, so it's exhaust. Refresh and turbo. 2 shield. 1 extra energy next turn. Oh wow. Acid cannon 3. This one costs 2. I want this one actually. Rake's artifact? Stun calibrator. After your first attack each turn, gain 1 stun charge. Perpetual motion device. Whenever you have no cards, draw a card. Oh! Overclock generator. Gain 1 energy every 3rd turn. Every 3rd turn. After your first attack each turn, gain 1 stun charge. I mean, this one's not that useful. I don't have like cards that I can keep using until I have no cards left to draw. I think for now, overclock generator seems like the most sensible choices here. Yeah. An artifact? Regenerator. Every 3 DC cards play gain 1 shield. Oh, DC artifact. Oh wait, that's their name. Overclocked generator. Oh, you're rigs. 3 DC card play gain 1 shield. So Dizzy, your science officer, his cards are mostly shielding and shield manipulation. Your pilot, her cards are mostly flexible movement and card draw. And Perry is your weapons officer, her cards are mostly attacks and instant movement. Ah, okay. I see. And let's get your generator. Unknown energy. I'm picking up a distress signal? Wait, no, it's a pirate. Why is it always a pirate? Oh my god, Drake! Hey, give me that artifact or else. No? Enter combat. I love how the no is with question mark, it's so good. Hi, Umbrella Snivy. I remember perpetual motion device being really funny. Perpetual motion device? Is that a thing in the game? No. If this attack hits you, it'll also give you a status. Oh, they are very strong. We'll block one attack before being destroyed, so we don't attack them. Let's do evasive maneuvers and stuff. We keep this one for now. We can shoot them first before dodging. I'm very glad that overclocking the generator didn't explode it. Oh, I have one extra, right. Apply a status if it hits. What kind of status though? Yeah, let's end turn. Heat? Excess heat. If heat is 3 or more at the end of turn, overheat. Take 1 hull damage and reset heat to 0. Oh, okay, so it's not that bad. Three, 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm here, okay, so 1, 2, 3, attack, 4, 5 dodges. No, over here I'll still get hit, so I don't think I want to mess with that for now. So move away, we play safely for now. Get scramble. Get some basic dodging. Okay. Do we have lunge? No lunge. Options. I need to get hit. No key? No lunge, no acceptable. I can take the hit, but it would take up all my shield, so I don't think I'm gonna take this hit for now. I'll play it safe. I'm gonna end turn here. Okay, this is fine. The music is pumping though. Chip shot. Scramble. Basic shot. Can I take 2? I mean, I cannot attack anyway, so if I lunge, I'm gonna whiff, but I get free movement, so lunge, and then dodge 1. Next time. Also, hi Comic, welcome. Guess I've taken that 3 damage. Unless I can get 2 chip shots? I have shield. I can take this hit. That's good damage. It's lunge, not lunge. They sound similar, very similar. Of course I get fooled by my mind again. A fool is good. Okay, shot. We got him. No damage taken. Sidestep. This card is not discarded at the end of your turn. Instantly move 1 space to the right. Barrage? Attack, move right, attack, move right, attack, move right. Attack, move right, attack, move right, attack. What? It costs 2 though, but it's technically 3 damage if it's possible. I want this because it looks cool. The shield reserves. Permanently gain +2 make shield on pickup. Your shield lasts between combats. Ooh, jettison hatch. You may remove 2 cards and repair yards. +2 make shield on pickup. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Common enemy. Shield drone beams 1 shield at its target once per turn. I think this is good, so I assume this gives 1 shield or something? I'll stay here. Oh, it gives it to... Oh, it gives it to them. Attack drone MK2 shoots a 2 damage shot once per turn. Oh wow. Wait, that's really bad. I need to attack them as fast as possible. I actually kind of want to... I assume I can destroy them. So let's do this and lunge. They're gonna gain so much shield though. That's really bad. Okay, we're so good right now. Scribble scramble. We can just hit here. Shoot, dodge, shoot, dodge, shoot, right? I mean, it's gonna destroy this. Sure. I take 1 damage as well. Gonna use this one. Get the shield surge in options. Oh, that's perfect. We got lunge. Yeah, we won. Interesting. Juke. Move random. Instantly move 3 spaces in a random direction. Blocker burnout. Make shield is lowered by 1 for the rest of the combat. 4 temporary shield. Evasive shot. Attack and evade. Oh, that's so good. Oh, 2 but exhaust. Oh, yeah. I mean, just get this one. Evasive shot is so good. Being able to move around the spaceship is such an interesting detail to the game. Oh my god. Cleo? Howdy, how's it going? Oh, you know, the same old. What's this, loop 400 or something? 517. Well, let's get you on your way. Can I get you anything? I assume I can only choose one. Repair 6 hull. I only have 2 hull. Light damage, so let's upgrade the card. One, 3, 1. Heal energy, 1 energy next turn, exhaust. Evade 2? Oh. Evasive shot 2221. Scramble 3. Move random 2 or 2. Oh, it costs 0. Oh, I just realized. I was like, why is it like shittier? I kinda want to upgrade this one to this one without exhaust, so that I can always get like more chip shots every turn. I'm doing it to be. Ooh. Unknown powerful entity. I think we got this. Rix, are you picking up any hostile ships on radar? No, why? My sensors are going crazy over here. Let's see. No warp core signatures within the light year. Switching sensors to visual spectrum. Ah, big crystal. Oh? Big crystal. Big crystal. Ah, big crystal. I see, big crystal. Ah, okay. I understand, big crystal. Big crystal, big, yeah. It's the main thing about it. Big crystal. Oh, we're gonna take so much damage. Actually, no, we do this and then we evasive shot. So we can dodge one. I'm fighting a big crystal. It's strangely beautiful. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna take 1 damage here. Actually, no. Ship surge. Block shot. Chip shot. Good one. Yahoo! I love the little interactions. It's so adorable. We good. One more. Oh my god. Evasive shot. Gonna chip shot this one. Gonna dodge this one. Throw shot. Ship search is so good right now. Yeah, we block all the damage here. Options. And then we're just gonna do a... Wait, let's get basic dodge, right? Getting more evade here seems very important. We good. 1, 2, 3 damage. Yeah, 3 damage is fine. We can do endless magazine again. Extra battery. Block 3 damage. Multi-shot and shot. Yeah, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 damage is fine. Alright, we good. Afternoon, Hanatoro. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. It is gradually ramping up the amount of shots it's lobbing out, in case you ever noticed. I haven't, but I think I should be able to get this thing out real quick. Oh. Got him. 2, 4, 4 damage. It'll always be 4 damage wherever I go. This is like the best possible thing that I can have. If I dodge 2 there, I'll take more. We're gonna block some damage however we can here. Lunge? Wait, lunge 2, so 1, 2... Well, I still get hit by 4. Yeah, it's still 4. Multi-shot. Multi-shot. Evasive shot. We're gonna take some damage here, it's okay. One, 2... Always 3 damage. If I'm here... 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, I'll always get 3 damage whatever I do. Oh, I have 3 damage. Okay, we good. Ship status plus 2 makes hull, plus 9 hull? Oh my god, free! I took no damage. These. Gain 1 evade every turn. Or parry. Attack. Attack. Damage equals total damage of enemy's cannon attacks. I did a consent to being a projectile. It's okay. It's not okay, but the game forces me to have a chip shot, so I wanna moisturize with my hot Milo. They all cost so much. Ace, 1 evade every turn is so good though. Let's take this one. Demon Thrusters? Gain 1 evade every turn. You can no longer have more than 3 evade at a time. DZ Boss Artifact. Permanently gain 1 max shield on pickup. Gain 1 shield at the start of every turn. If shield was already full, take 2 hull damage. What? Glass cannon. Gain 1 extra energy every turn. Your ship's cannon become weak at the start of combat. Takes 1 more damage from all attacks. Oh, it's only the cannon? Then we should be good then. Yeah, I'm taking glass cannon. Nice! That's the first time you guys managed to beat that thing. Wait, really? How many times have we tried? You don't want to know. What even was it? If these readings are correct, I think it's some kind of time crystal. I've seen microscopic ones in the lab and in the Kobold's particle accelerator, but never so large. Did the microscopic ones try to kill you? Not in a way that I was able to perceive, no. Let's keep moving. Alright. Whoa. Sapphire cluster. Huh. The nav system is taking us through this lawless sector. This zone is full of pirates, thieves, and smugglers. Like the last one wasn't? Everyone should have their sidearms on them at all times in case we got boarded. Oh hell yeah, do I get a gun? Everyone but you. Oh, why not Riggs? The enemy is getting status, you might want to hover over it to see what it does. Power drive, add 1 damage to all attacks. Oh my god, really? That's 4 damage. I'm using it. I'm gonna take damage anyway. Lunge. Ace. Draw shot. Evasive shot. Dodge 1. More damage, huh? I can take it. Yeah, that's 4. I've been playing a lot of World of Warcraft lately, but this game makes me want to play something in space again. Space, good. Space. A thyme crystal? Isn't thyme like a sort of herb? Question mark? Basic shot. Scramble. Shoot, surge, and a dodge. Got him. Making a silly. Vamos. Vamos. Move random. And evade 4. Wow. Sidestep. Power play. 1 power drive or hurt, lose 1 hull? Parry. Oh my god. Let's get sidestep. Oh, we have 2 bosses here. Of course I'm gonna go for 2 bosses at once. Let's do it. Snoot? This part has armor. It takes 1 less damage when it attacks. Which one? This one? Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm already getting hit. Well, if I'm getting hit, I might as well deal as much damage as I can. On target. Oh good, I'm fine. Refresh interval. Shield search. Evasive shot. Star sector. Mount and blade by in space. Fantastic death with relatively simple mechanics. I don't know what mount and blade is, but space. Oh, they have armor there. I should have dodged the other way actually. Lunge. Sidestep. Okay, this should be good. Oh. No hull damage? Nice. I saw Mert play at some point and was curious about it, but could never find it. Oh. Nice. We're so good at evasive maneuver. It's a fantastic game, although it's a bit hard to grab sometimes. Move here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That kills. Got him. Hai Feng, however, has had the short stack, if not expect your ankles to be snatched. I'm not gonna just snatch people's ankles. I might though, but no. Hai Feng. 2 attack, 1 shoot, 1. Oh. Wave charge B. Add 2 wave beams to your draw pile. Wave beam. Oh, it's free. Oh, it's 2. Wait, it's not free, it's 2. Ignores all shield and armor. Oh. Shield surge? I mean, I do like shield surge. I'm taking this. Star Dog. I like a challenge. Slit the Achilles? What's a Achilles? Oh. so much missiles. Hey, can you just not? I don't stand down from challenge. Still barrage. Got him. And an ace. Oh, that's a big one. Let's see what card I get after. Each is 2, right? There. It's the heal? Oh, actually this is the heal? Wow. What a word. Do this one. Wow. That's some good damage. Seeker? It cannot miss? Oh wow. Well, too late. Too late. Stun shot. Cancels the entire targeted part. Option suit surge. I guess I can get stun shot, why not? Yeah. Oh, it does no damage, I didn't see. Unusually strong enemy counter, let's do it. Hello? Glurp. Glurp. Oh, that's brittle? Early Endless Magazine is so good. Draw shot. We get refresh interval. It exhausts though. I feel like I don't need that for now. Yeah, let's get basic dodge. Oh, 5? Uh-oh.
Good girl.
I think this is worth. Off the mark. Alright, we good. Oh. Oh, it's not brittle anymore. Gonna dodge this one. Masterful dodge. Wow. The game is so nice though. Wow. Abyssal Visions. Playing this will remove this card for the rest of the combat. This card will be removed at the end of combat. What? It doesn't say it does. It doesn't say do anything. One, two, three, four, five. I could take the hit. You know, I could take the hit. But I don't wanna. Uh-oh. Look, Glarp. Uh-oh. We're gonna stun this. Oh, now we can use refresh interval. So, Sansu, that's 7 damage now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's 7. Okay. Now we can do chip shot. Do this. Draw shot. Look at that. Charge beam. Attack for 0 each time this card is drawn. This fight adds 2. Oh. Adds 2 damage to all attack, decreased by 1 at the end of turn. Selective memory A. Choose 2 cards in your draw pile, put them into your hand. Oh, yes sir. Heal booster. Every time you heal, heal 1 more. Every 4th turn, gain 1 overdrive. Piercer. Your first attack each turn pierces. 2 energy junk card, hard to get rid of, eats up some of your draw. Oh, it costs 2. I didn't even realize. Heckin exploded the tentacle phase. Yeah. That glorp. I'll take this one. And another boss. Oh. There's no ship part here. It's empty. And shots fired at this part will miss. What? What do you mean, will miss? No, it doesn't. Ayui. Oh, it's a weird choice. I messed up. Yeah, that's fine. No stun shot? Oh no. We do barrage. Multi shot, refresh interval, extra battery, chip shot, evasive shot, side. Oh wait, I sidestepped too early. I think we can take this 1 damage. Yeah, I sidestepped too early. It's okay. Let's enter. Let's get more E-Fate in. This thing has... I feel like this should be fine. 2-2-1, that's 5. Barrage it up. Multi-shot, evasive shot. We're gonna shield surge this one and then we're gonna dodge once. I have a lot of dodge charges, let's make use of that. Got him! That's not too hard. EMP? What? Shield equals 0? Outgoing shield equals 0? Total stun and cancel every single intent on the ship? And turn. Oh. No. Yeah, let's get sidestep. It's free movement here. Daka Drum. Every 5 parry cards played gain a chip shot. Ooh. Ricochet Paddle. When you shoot an incoming missile, turn it around instead of destroying it. Or you may have 2 cards at repair yard. No, let's get Daka Drum. I should probably go to more repair yard, right? Yeah. Armored Bay. I'll pick up your missile bay gains armor. Oh! Fracture detection. One random enemy part is made brittle at the start of a fight. Not marked as brittle until it is damaged. Ah, it's hidden? I'll rather get Armored Bay then. Yo. Hey. Can I get you anything? Upgrade card. Yeah, this is way better. Ooh, shiny. Shiny good. Is anyone else getting a really bad headache? No, it's from that high-pitched static. What is that? Ah, you all again. Hello. Which one of you shall I teach this time? What? Obtain one of 3 dizzy cards, 3 rig cards or parry? Who are you? I don't trust this? Ooh, I like parry. Rev the engine. Whenever you move 1 further. Overpower side. You are currently prevented from skipping card rewards. Oh, let's just get more sidestep. It's free movement. What just happened? Energy readings are back to normal. Okay. Hello. Hello. Let's get let's upgrade more card. Lunge. Jump, shoot, shoot. In combat, right click or control click the card, this card to flip the direction of the actions. Oh my god, that's so good. Yeah, I'm getting this. Being able to choose to move left or right is so good. Rad. And then boss fight? I'm being hailed by a pirate in a cruiser class warship? Hey, hi, hello? Oh boy. What is it? Put it on screen so we all can see. Sure, Huh? Oh, hey, it's you. Hmm? I used to be so soft. This should be easy. What? I'm fighting against rigs? This part is concussable. Any shot that hits here will cancel this part's intent this turn. Oh, okay. the fuck is happening? Why am I fighting against pigs? Remove the barrage. Why are you me? I'm me. You sure about that? I'm me. Raise temporary shields for 1 turn. Let's do a lunge. Sidestep, block shot. There, no more. We cancel the intent. But we take 1 damage though. I can patch that later. If I go to the left, I'll take 1 less damage because of this. So 2? Yes, sir. I'm going awfully fast here. Hey, lining up the armor worked great. The game knows what I'm trying to do. What the? This game is so clever. They're getting so much shield here. It's 2 damage here. Oh, this part is weak. Right. Hey, oh, hi Kobold. Welcome. Oh my god, Kobold. Some Cobalt Core vibing. I know. This game's so good. I just started playing it and I'm already loving it so much. I'm a huge sucker for like roguelike deck building games. Gonna get as much shield as possible. We're gonna launch here. In this magazine. We don't need to stun shot this one, so we're just gonna do as much damage as possible here. This is fine. It's severely underrated and the music is so good. Right? Holy shit. The music is honestly such a big vibe. We're gonna use all the side steps here. Okay. So we take no damage. Lunge to the other side. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh, it flips that way? You know what, that works too. I'll go here. A shield, we're not taking any damage, so it's fine. Got him. Easy. Strafe? Fire for 1 damage immediately after every move you make. Second options. Draw 1 card of each color from the draw pile. 1 damage immediately after every move I make. So every time I... It's not evade, is it? It's not evade, so... What does this mean? It costs 4 though. I'm taking it. Harry Boss Artifact. At the start of combat, gain 1 power drive. On the second of the combat, your enemy also gain 1 power drive? Huh? No! Dirty Engines. Gain 1 extra energy every turn. Add the trash to your draw pile every 2 turns. Oh. Simplicity? On pickup, remove 3 cards. Ooh. Sure. We can remove these like basic cards then. And we keep 1 basic shot? Yeah, we keep 1 basic shot. There. Any movement? So if you move, you shoot for 1 after move. So you use lunge, you shoot. You dodge, you shoot. You use barrage, you... Oh no! Wait! It works with A's? That's broken. But it costs 4 though. I need to get that one first. Huh. That was... interesting. Yeah. You good? Yeah. I can pilot the ship for a while if you need a break. No, really, I'm fine. It's just... She really was me. Harry, tell me honestly. Do you think I look cool in a black jacket like that? And her purple eyeliner is so cool. Riggs. I love Riggs. She's amazing. Entering zone, huh? This is where the ship has been taking us. What is that? It's the same energy signature as the Kobold's warp drive, but without containment shielding, and at energy levels that shouldn't be possible. It's pretty. Let's go kill it. Is that our plan? I don't know. I love the shrug. Ah, simplicity. That works. It's only 1 damage per turn and it costs 4 energy to start it up. But I have so many free movement cards, so these could be attacking cards now if I get it done. Like, if I get it start up. Oh. Perfect block, good work. Jeez, that drains a lot of power. Yeah. So, boom. Uh-oh. Boom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we're gonna take 1 damage. Fine, 1 damage is fine. Oh. That wasn't too bad. Yeah. Can I flash? Oh. Oh, we have barrage. Yeah, I can tank that. This kills. Got him. Holy strafe is so good. And a wave beam A. Boost capacitor. Mech shield is raised by 1 for the rest of combat. Block up to 2 incoming damage kept by mech shield. Discard all cards, draw 5. Oh, it's a reset hand. I'd rather get... Maybe this is good? I'll take it. I guess a reset hand is always good, question mark? We're gonna go repair, so we go... and then down here. Gemma? Ooh, the music, hello? I'm telling you, if I strafe now, I'm gonna die. Or unless I have extra battery. If I can get like side steps. I need 2 side steps. So we strafe, extra battery, 2 side steps, chip shot. And then we're gonna shoot surge, dodge once. It's literally perfect. Oh, they're gonna give me cards. Gem unplayable. Uh-oh. This is good. I'm going to lunge away to the right, yeah. Good one. And let's make a scene. Piercing shots get the job done. Oh, my first shot is piercing. I forgot. Multi-shot, chip shot. Oh, it discard all the cards, but I will get 5 always. Oh, I actually didn't think about that. Yeah, it's good when I have like extra energy. I'll keep that in mind. More calm jam. Got him. Options. Draw shot. Evasive shot. I'm gonna do this. Sidestep. Chip shot. Block shot and shield surge. Holy strafe. Stun charge B. Draw shot. Oh, it gives 1 stun charge and a temporary shield, and it's free? Hell yeah. I love stun charge. Oh my god, it's cute. Hee-hoo! Welcome to my emporium of wondrous ideas, traveler. May I offer you one of my creations? These all seem absolutely useless? Perhaps they are. Attack Y. I love how the game just says Y. Buckshot. Give me waltz. Add a card to your deck. Instantly move 2 spaces to the left. And right. Wait, no, waltz, it's OP. How about bruise? Lose 1 hull, heal 1. Why? Every card ends with a Y. It's so funny. Lightning in the bottle, please. Gain 3 energy, use 3 energy. Give me waltz. Yoo-hoo, farewell. Thanks, I guess? Yo, thank you. That waltz is going to be OP as fuck. Hey, I found this hall first. I think you got the wrong idea. No, it's 4 shots, I think. No, 3 shots. Yeah. Holy shit. We should quickly get waltz in. Like get the strafe, yeah. Might as well get an energy charge here. Oh, maybe we don't shoot first. Oh wait, they're gonna shoot 3 times. Move 2 to left fire, 1 to right fire, 1 to right fire, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh. Just dodge the attacks for now. Oh. If the drill's a break. Draw shot. Stun shot. Evasive shot. agree. Whoa. I'm still gonna get hit whatever I do, unless... think twice? Refresh interval. That helps. We don't decide that to the right, we can tank one hit here. So... yeah, we good. Slice that. Slice that. Chip shot. Coffee shot. Pro shot. What? What? And then we're gonna dodge away. Alright, we good. We're gonna sidestep, we're gonna stun charge here, and then we're gonna shoot. And we're gonna chip shot. Yeah! Oh my god, strafe! Strafe! Whenever the ship attacks, gain 1 temporary shield, decreases by 1 at 2. Whenever the ship attacks, huh? Gain 1 stun charge every turn. Oh my god. Whenever the ship attacks, gain 1 temporary shield. I think it works with strafe. It should, I think. I mean, only one way to find out. Energy refund. Gain 1 energy every time you spend 3+ energy playing a card. Oh. This, the first time you lose hull each turn, gain 1 overdrive. Caffeine rush. Every time your discard pile is shuffled back into the draw pile, gain 1 evade. Caps at 2 per turn. Energy refund is good here. Whenever I use strength, I can gain 1 back. Yeah, defensive offense. Let's get energy refund. Good afternoon. Is it? Upgrade a card. What do you upgrade to? Oh, you don't exhaust anymore. Strength. Fires for 2 damage after every move you make. This one costs 1 less, but this one deals 1 more damage. Hello, of course. Wow, cool. Rebound region. Once per combat, when you lose hull, immediately heal 1. Ion converter. When you don't end your turn with more than 0 energy. Oh, if you end your turn with more than 0 energy, gain 1 shield. Immediately heal 1. Once per combat, right? Yeah, this is good. Dylan, we meet again. We do? Revenge will be mine. It will? What do we do? It's so cute, oh my god. I don't remember. The enemy is going to do something? Oh no. Stun shot. I don't know what they're gonna do, I'm scared. Oh no, strafe. Oh shit. Shouldn't have done that. Also Ion Storm. Oh. The local nebula is sapping out its shields. At the start of the turn, both of you and the enemy lose 2 shield. They are dead. Look at their shield. Good then. Whoa. Oh, are you gonna just keep expanding like that? Oh shit. Stun charge. Oh, I don't have evade. Oh, I actually don't have evade. Oh, crazy. Does I need more guns too? Yeah. Oh shit. Right, I don't have strafe here anymore. I can get extra battery here. Whoa. That's really bad. That's not too bad. Great flow. Let me just dance real quick. That's scary as fuck. Too bad they're a little bit late on that, so bye bye. GG. Thank you, Ion Storm. Flux B. Whenever the ship attacks, gain 2 temporary shield. I mean, sure. There's a weak repeating signal coming from inside this asteroid. This is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. This message is a warning about danger. Wow, a warning left by a dead civilization. They feared their own creation enough to seal it away here for eons. A haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the hubris of the living. Let's get digging. Exactly. Yes, let's get digging. Flux speed. Are they not attacking? And back up, reverse. Reverse. Evasive maneuver. I'll take 3 damage. Yeah, 3 damage is fine. Oh my god, every turn I attack. Oh shit. That's 4. Well, that's 3 actually. Let's do options. I have a stun shot, I didn't see that. Oh, I have a sidestep, I didn't see that. Oh, they're gonna move more than that. I think I can move a solid impassable wall. Mid-roll object shifted into the wall destroyed. Oh, right. I have to tank this damage then. Oh, it's gonna hit so much damage per turn now. Yeah, this is really bad. I have 2. If I lunge to the middle, I don't have... Yeah, I don't have like stun charge here. Oh, strafe! Oh no, I shouldn't have used that one. I'm stupid, actually. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Ooh. God damn. Ooh, not as bad as I could have been. Yeah, but still, it's gonna get worse here. Okay. Let's get Waltz. Okay, strafe. We get 1 extra battery. We're gonna waltz. Boom, boom. We're gonna chip shot. We're gonna block shot. We're gonna basic shot. Okay, we can. Holy shit. Search this card, move a card to your hand. Ooh, yes, please. That would be nice. Adaptive plating. Gain 1 max health and heal 1 every time you defeat a boss or elite. Isn't it a little bit too late? Every time you discard pile shuffled back into your draw pile, the enemy loses 1 hull. Gain 2 evade on the first turn. That is so good, I need this. Alright. Salutations. What are salutations? Can I get you anything? Oh, move 2. Nah. Star? Oh. 41111? Wait a minute. 41111. Yeah, with strafe, this is catastrophic. Sharp Edges is for very small but extremely cyclable decks. Oh, what's A? This is so weird, but I'm upgrading now. Is this our final waypoint? It is. The Kobold is embedded in that singularity. Are we ready? Don't look so nervous, guys. Hey, Cat, how many times have we been here before? 0. Oh, you guys will do great. Good luck in there. What do you mean? We can't fight the Kobold while it's inside the singularity. Someone needs to bring it out. I'm uploading myself to the Kobold now. Bye. Wait, hold on. There's probably some other way to accomplish that. Uh-oh. She's already gone. Ooh. It looks different. Looks like it worked. That's the Kobold. Get that Kobold out of there. Oh no. Holy. Oh, that whiffed. Woohoo. This is kind of not fine. Is she in there? Unclear. Stun charge. Block shot. Nice shot. Hey, thanks. The launch is not gonna be good here. We take 1 damage. We got 2 trash, it's okay. So we're gonna destroy the Kobold, right? We're here to finish this. Well, I'm waltzing. I'm waltzing. Why is this game? This is Cobalt Core. Cobalt. 1, 2, 2, 3. Wait, 2, 3. So either way, I'll take 3 damage. Hi, Huskafu. This game is kind of amazing soundtrack. I know, it's so fucking good. Holy shit. Oh, it's armored. This is bad. Stun shot? Oh, huge. Let's do think twice. I have 4 evade. Ghost right at start of next turn. Yeah, we don't need that actually. Hope you're doing good, Huskafu. Going to launch the other side. So 2 to the left. Either way, I'll still take 3 damage here. Unless I move very far away. Or just... Did he just take 2 damage? Oh yeah, strafe is 2 damage. It's a female dragon. Hi! Oh my god, Tekken. Hello, Tekken. Tekken, yep. Can kill with strafe? I didn't do it. I mean, now we can. Let's do a little dance. Let's do a little dance. ending the game with waltz. The irony. Hit your oh my god. What's happening? System report. The Kobold went critical. We're exposed to the core singularity. Are all the emergency blast doors closed? Yes, but we can't sustain this. The hull is literally melting. Come on, man. We beat the Kobold. What else are we supposed to do? Hello. Who is telling us? Identify yourselves. Ian, make it snappy. We have like 30 seconds left max. Hello, broken ones. Your poor shattered time streams. I can help you. But there are other souls tangled in this time knot. Do you mean Isaac and Max? And 2 others. Now, who shall I repair first? Huh? No, I have to choose. What? I like Perry. I'm gonna. I don't know what repairing them means, but I'm gonna get Perry. Sorry, Dizzy and Riggs. I'll fix you guys after. Ooh. I don't trust this. I know. If you don't let my crew out of this loop, I swear I'll find a way to kill you. You would be unable. Oh! Wait, Drake? T282 days. Max. Hi, Hyperion? Call me Perry. I'm Max, computer guy. You come highly recommended. Dizzy said you were the best. He did? Yeah, you just missed him. He's already on board. So, this is the ship? Yes, the Kobold. Huh, I never seen a ship that looks like this. Where did it come from? I don't know. Was it built, found, stolen? I don't know. Aren't you like in charge? The client is secretive. The job is to get the ship running again. Then why hire us? Why not just hire a mechanic? It's an unusual ship. Cool. Whoa. I have to win 3 times with them to get all the lore. Victory, first run win. Holy shit. This game is easy. This game is easy. GG, heck yeah. I'm pretty sure I got extra lucky here. With the strafe and shit. The strafe is insane though. Thank you, Jameson. Nice. Unlock Isaac. Win a run on hard or harder to unlock the ship. 40 different artifacts to unlock the ship. Win the run without Dizzy, Riggs, or Perry in your crew to unlock the ship. What? Win 10 runs to unlock the ship. Okay, so I guess when you have this, it's just normal, is all. Events are harder. Start the combat with a weak cockpit, plus 1 basic shot. Less pre-upgraded card offering, -1 max hull. Holy shit. Hi, Dark Matter Pony. Your engineer, his cards create and manipulate mid-row objects like drones and missiles. Oh. Maybe this? Win a run with Isaac to unlock Drake. I want Drake.
Time Tyler is good. Very
Oh.
good indeed. But so focused on the game. Still, good girl.
I like this game a lot. Alright, let's do these crew. System time corrupted. Please select boot option. One common artifact. Upgrade a card. Oh, for the random artifact. No, I mean artifact is good, right? Yeah. Oh. The first time you lose hull each turn, gain 1 overdrive. I mean, sure. Hey y'all, cryo sleeps over. You know the drill. Where am I? Hey, it's Isaac. Who's Isaac? Oh, right, memories. Do you remember anything before the incident? I'm a drone specialist, I think? Good enough. Use the evasion now. No, save it for later. And we dodge. Uh-oh. Parallel shift lets you move all mid-row objects left or right. Drone move right, instantly move all mid-row object one space to the right. Attack drone. Launch an object from your missile bay once per turn. I guess that works. Nice. Got him. I can use the drone to take 1 damage, I'm pretty sure, right? Let me try. This drone's name is Gary. Uh-oh. Don't name your drones, I'm gonna be bad. I'm gonna feel bad if they die. Wish they're gonna do that. Oh. Great shot. Block shot? Oh, drones are so good actually. Oh my god. That holographic horn on Isaac is such a cool detail. This one, right? It's so cool. I can tell that there's like so much love and care that's being made in this game, like crazy. Got him. Table flip. All cards with flippable actions such as move are flippable for the rest of combat. Oh. Multi-blast. Oh, it's Tutu. Jinda. Oh my god. Hi. Hello, Raiders. Hi, Aaron. Oh, sorry for the screen flash. There we go. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? Kingdom Hearts, that's 2, right? Yeah, that's 2. How was the Kingdom Hearts 2? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. You're welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the raid. If you need any post-stream care, be sure to do it.
And she's a good girl.
Oh my goodness. Pretty good. Liking a lot more than I thought I would. I think I played a little bit of Kingdom Hearts 2 on my PS2 back then, but never really finished it because there's so much to do and I feel like I get lost most of the time, question mark. But the combat of the game feels very fun though. Yeah, I like the combat. Right? There's so much to do. I played for a little bit, a few hours I guess. A few hours for a few days, but eventually I just got so lost that I don't know what to do. My brain doesn't work anymore. I want multi-blast. Oh, I can only get one elite? We fight elite here, let's just go a straight line. Also, if you need any post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, definitely go do them. Very important. Also, it may be a little bit late here, but still, Happy New Year. Space Mine, destroying it with damage, it's destroying for 2. Thanks for the leg. One damage. I can block that 1 damage and save my evade. Oh, we're good here, no damage. Multi-blast. We're gonna do basic shot and just runs away. Yes. Got him. Button mash. Oh. Block up the 3 incoming damage kept by max shield, move left, evade. Exhaust. Truly a button mash. Space Mine. Launch an object from the missile bay. Oh! Yeah, I need extra battery, it's too good. Let's go question mark. I'm picking up a distress signal? Wait, no, it's a pirate. Oh no. Why is it always a pirate? It's Drake! Cargo hold. All artifact map nodes offer one more option. Do I have that? I do. No? Oh, we have to take that hit. 2 dodge will still get hit? No, would it? 1, 2, oh, 2 dodge will not get hit. Okay, so do this. Multi-shot. And a block shot, and then we dodge that. Okay. We're gonna use the drone to tank the hit. And just get a multi-blast. Nice shot. Oh, it's not enough. Oops, I'm still gonna get 1 hit. No. Damage. Block shot, shield surge, and a multi-shot. Yeah, that's 3 damage tanked. Multi-blast? Got him. Get out of here, pirate. Energy drone. Beams one energy at its target once per turn. Ooh. Pulse barrier and stun charge. Stun charge is really good though. I want to get stun charge or maybe pulse barrier? No, let's get one stun charge. Makes you raise by 1 for the rest of combat. Yeah, it's only for the rest of combat, so stun charge is good. Premeditation. At the start of combat, gain a glissade. Move right 2. Retain. Flippable. Oh, wait, that's pretty good though. Adaptive plating. Gain 1 max health and heal 1 every time you defeat a boss or... Oh. If you end your turn with more than 0 energy, gain 1 shield. I think this is so good right now. Adaptive plating. Defeat the boss or elite. And this is just like the first map, so... I can be very tanky. This is so good though. I want to get adaptive plating. Meowdy. Not in front of everyone, please. Okay, cut. Bubble shield? Shoots 1 damage shot once per turn. 1 hit without being destroyed. Oh my god, that's too good. Yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, this is the droner. Right. We're gonna launch this. No, the energy reserve. Yeah, we're doing a lot of damage here. Multi-blast? Oh my god, they got destroyed. Escalate? Add 1 damage to all attacks, decreases by 1... nah, let's get more multi-shot, I guess. Yeah, more multi-shot. Didn't I have one more to choose from? All artifact map nodes offer 1 more option, so usually I only have 1. Every 4th turn, gain 1 overdrive. Permanently gain +3 max health and heal 3 on pickup. Sure. A mega tanky ship that we have. Let's fight boss. Spike is so cute, hello? Hey, give me money or gold? Is this your first stick up? Yes? Oh my god, it's a kobold! Aim for their weak point. They have 2 weak points. That's gonna hurt. Okay. Tank 1 hit. Safety override? I didn't see that. Oh, that kills. Oh, that just got shot back at? I didn't realize what it does. Nice. Rev the engine. One further. Strike a squadron. Launch an object one space to the left of a missile wing. Less energy next turn. Gain 2 less energy. Oh. Ah, that's kinda bad though. Oh, it launches 2... Oh, it launches 2 drones? Maybe it's not that bad. 2 less energy next turn is kinda depressing though. But I'm gonna give it a try. And cockpit lock on. All enemy cockpits start with weak. Ooh. Permanent gain +2 makes shield on pickup. Gain 1 energy every 3rd turn. I'm gonna go take a nap. Woke up way too early today. Have fun at laters maybe? Of course. Have a good nap, Chip. Thanks for stopping by. Hey. I want this one. More energy is always good. Awoken from sleep mode? Naughty blast. And multi-shot? Yeah, you take 1 hit. Good one. They don't interact as much though. Squadron. Ah. This drone's name is the Scooperd. Scooperd! Oh. Generator just kicked in. On target. We can take 1 hit. Scooper was the bad name anyway. Oh no! Not Scoopered! We love shooting at weak points. Flex move. Momentum, gain 1 shield +1 for every time played this combat. Oh. 1 mech shield +2 shield. 1 shield +1 for every time played this combat. Sure. How's the ship running? Oh, as good as can be expected. By which I mean bad. Upgrade the card. I want to upgrade the squadron. What do you have? Ah. Yeah, I think this is way better. Without losing that 2 energy next turn, it's like really fucking amazing. Let's get this one. Neat. Alright, let's go fight the boss. The sensors are going wild again. Crystal? Crystal. Big. Crystal big. Ah, big crystal. I love it when they just go big crystal. Ah. Momentum. Multi-shot. And now do it again. Let's do a basic block. Oh, they're being so nice to me. It's strangely beautiful. Strike the squadron. Go get him, Iggy. Ooh, nice. big damage. Let's get attack drone B out. Got him. We can get more attack drone B, I think. With lunge, so we can do. Oh, oops. Oh wait, that's not me moving. Lunge. That's gonna be bad, right? Yeah. Oops. That's really bad. I'm sorry. Can do stun charge. Naughty blast. Okay, we can tank this. Nice. +3 max hull. Energy drone rock factory. Launch one asteroid at the start of every turn. Will block one attack after being before being destroyed. And this magazine is so good. Yeah, let's get this one. Radio repeater. When you end your turn, all mid-roll objects do their action twice instead of once. Oh no! Genesis? Gain 1 of 2 common artifact, 1 of 2 common artifact, then gain 1 of 2 common artifact. Add 3 Genesis canisters to your deck. Seems like a wasteful amount of packaging, to be honest. Oh. Single use? Playing this card completely removes it from your deck. Oh! It's not that bad, I feel like, but radio repeater is too good. Let's get this one.
Good girl, I lag now. Partner time less than 3.
Of course. Thank you, Evie. Have a good lurk. Have a good partner time as well. Check it out. Is that a piece of the crystal? Yeah, it kind of tingles even through the gloves. That seems bad. How did you get it? A big net. Don't hold it so close to me. What are you even gonna do with it? Science stuff. Fair enough. Sapphire cluster. Attack drone. Momentum. Block shot. Yeah. Glad we could take care of this. I'll do this. Oh my god, damage, what the heck just happened? Ludwig did not take care of it. Naughty shot. Got him. The drones are so good. Oh my god. Cost 1 drone shift per move. Oh, drone shift. Oh, okay, okay. I feel like I don't want to get any of these actually. I'm gonna skip rewards. Feels kind of weird to skip reward. 2 bosses? Oh my god. 3 bosses? Oh my god. Let's go question mark. It's Tooth again! Hee-ho, welcome to the Emporium of Wondrous Ideas, traveler. May I offer you one of my creations? These all seem absolutely useless. Perhaps they are. What if I try buckshot? I have overdrive, right? Oh, I don't have overdrive. If I have overdrive, I'm pretty sure this one is going to do some damage. And Strafe is Rick's card, so I don't think Waltz is gonna be good now. Let's try buckshot. Farewell. Thanks, I guess? Binary star. No, Avast, look at them. Avast me hearties. The local binary star is wreaking havoc on your ship's generator. Gain 1 more energy on odd turns like this one. Gain 1 less energy on even turns. Ah, this game is peak. This game is so peak actually. I love it so much. They're armored, have to find a weaker target. Go cheapo! Oh wait, I messed up. I'll take 2 damage, it's fine. Also, hi Calx. Happy New Year. How's the synth friend? Good, save the hull plating for when we... What? I missed it. Oh, he moves there once as well? Oh, that's crazy good. Oh, it's armored. Not the best shot. You did your best, Chibo. That we got that hull upgrade. Yeah, look at this tanky little ship right here. We missed. It's all good, Calx, though. No worries. Happy New Year. This one takes 3 damage. I gotta take 4 damage here. Right, we tanked it. The cards I get is kind of weird here. Heck yeah. I'll call this one Ichi. Nice, we got him. Battle repair. Heal 1 hole. 1 shield. Space mine. Destroying it will damage its destroyer for 2. So it's like, this is really good then. Yeah, let's take that one. Alright, let's fight. I want to fight 3 bosses here. Rail cannon. When this ship should lose all its health, instead something else will happen? 2? Oh no. Force field. If you're inside this force field at the start of your turn, you're pushed back out. Oh wow. And its wall. Oh, this one's really bad. One shaken, it cannot miss. Draw 1 less card next turn. Oh wow. Strike a squadron? Yeah. I call that drone Roy. Roy's our boy. Roy. Momentum 1 shield. I'm gonna take 2 hits here. Oh, I'm getting squished. I'm not getting squished anymore. We won. Sorry, we didn't win. I forgot about that. Let's enter in here. We'll get it next time. Oh. That's good enough. Oh. So that's gonna be 3, 6, 6, 8, 8 damage. Wow. Holy drone, Isaac! Barrage Flux, Acid Cannon. Oh, it's Barrage A. It's already upgraded. 131. That's a lot of damage. Let's get this one. Fracture Detection. One rendered enemy part is made brittle. It starts to fight. The part is not marked as brittle until it is damaged. Ooh. Double drone attack so strong. I know, right? Like, it's crazy good. First attack each turn pierces. Okay. Seeker missiles and other homing missiles can't see you if you are 2 or more spaces away from them. No, I don't think that's important. Let's get Piessa. More boss. Uh-oh. Solar flare. Let's crack the hull open. Due to intense astronomical activity nearby, you and the enemy ship both gain 1 hit before the start of... Oh no. So 3 hit deals 1 hull damage, right? Yeah, that's kinda scary. I'm just gonna do this. Striker Squadron. Going mysterious this time. I'm naming this one Nistron Nameless One. Nameless One. Boop, 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 boop. Nameless One was more of a metaphor than a literal drone anyway. And then tank. I love how he names them. Yeah, Isaac is so adorable. All the characters in this game are so adorable. Yeah, actually keeps track which one dies. It's so impressive though. This one takes 1 damage. Stun charge. Got him. More health. Multi-shot, overpower, or extra battery. Let's get more extra battery. Stun calibrator. After your first attack, each turn gain 1 stun charge. After first attack, oh! Gain 1 extra energy on the first turn. Overcharger. Every 4th turn gain 1 overdrive. This could be good for buckshot, but I don't know. I want more energy. Let's go out. Once per combat, when you lose hull, immediately heal 1. Gain 1 energy every time you spend 3 plus energy playing a card. Now that's the rebound region. Okay. Oh, it's this guy again. Ooh, brittle. I have 1. Okay, we do this. Go here, space mine. Ooh. Striker Squadron. Oh, oops. Oh, I miscalculated. I'm stupid actually. Oh, I'm gonna take 5 damage. I messed up. And Kobold messed up. Oh no. Oh. Revenge Drive Online. Let's turn this fight around. Why am I doing more damage here? Oh, this one. Alright. Multi-shot, multi-blast. That's good damage. Couldn't hit them. All good. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm not dumb actually. Get out of here. Heck yeah. I got a very tanky ship here. I want more of these, yeah. Daka drone. Every 5 parry card play gain a chip shot. Shield memory or ricochet. Way shoot an incoming missile. Oh, I mean Daka drum is really good. Sir Ratso? You there? Hold thine Astro Stallion. Huh? Hang on, is my auto-translator broken? Nay, this is just how I talk. Ah, I see. Prepare for glorious combat. Sure. What say we make this an honorable duel? I shan't target thine weak points if ye deign not to target mine. Sure, I'm all about honor. Excellent. So, no weak points, right? Okay. I mean, I have no weak points, so... Oh, wait, that's bad on me. I have no weak points. It's okay. So, this is armored. They're gonna missile this one. And then I'm gonna move and then space mine here. Honorable Kobold X stealth. Weirdly enough, that this Kobold takes honor very seriously. I'm such a weird person, honestly, and then Kobold as well. Oh, I couldn't hit them at all. And I couldn't dodge this one as well. Oh, shite. I'm really lacking in movement here. Let's just send a drone out. Not much I can do, honestly. We take the hit. Okay, no weak points, right? So we do basic dodge. Go here. That missed. I'm gonna Shoot search. What if my drone attacks the weak point by mistake? This one deals a heavy missile, 3 damage. 3 damage per hit, huh? Oh yeah, we do this. Go here. Gonna basic shot this one. Just momentum here. We're gonna take a hit here. It's okay. Oh my god, Becky. Hello, Becky. Hacking yip. So if this one goes left and right. Momentum. Well fought. I see this fight. Farewell. Oh, okay. See, I'm honorable. Kobold is honorable. You say don't, I won't. Deflection. Right? Oh my god, right. I still love that belly rub so much. Oh my god, it's so squishy. Drone move right. Instantly move forward. Draw one card. Oh, okay. Let me take this one then. Hey, bud. Hi. I think actually repairing here is really good. Yeah, let's repair this. Boom. Patched up. Thank you. Hey, it's Evil Rakes again. Hey, it's a fake time clones again. What'd you call us? Stand still just like that. I'm lining up my cannons. I'm activating the reserve battery. Great shot, you know it. I love the little interactions. Breaky's emotes always get compliments when I use them, especially, but Breaky emotes are honestly just amazing in general, I would say. I love all of them. Block shot, basic shot. Also, hi stream. Cobalt Core. We love Cobalt Core. Striker's Squadron. Wait, let me do this stun charge, multi-shot. There. And then I cannot parallel shift anymore. Breaky Hong Hong Hong. Oh my god. The little interactions really make this game. I know. The deck building is really well balanced too. I mean, this is only my second run so far. I'm having a blast playing this game, honestly. Oh yeah, there was... Oh no! Extra battery. Striker Squadron. Boom, boom, boom. Ow. The damage is crazy. on 2. Oh, that hits. Oh, you're dead. Get out of here. Oh my god. Look at the health. Oh my god, I have so much health. Mitosis? At the start of your turn, lose 1 shield and gain twice as much temporary shield. Ah, no. How much hull? 25. I like the cute critters in this game. Let's protect the ship. I'm trying my best. Table flip. Endless magazine. I really love endless magazine, but I just don't really have a lot of extra energy to use them. I'm getting them anyway. Salvage arm. Gain 1 energy every time you destroy a mid-row object. Oh, I destroy a mid-row object? High frequency intercom. Draw +2 cards every turn. Offered 1 less card in pulse battle card reward. You may no longer skip any card reward. Or simplicity. Remove 3 cards. Maybe buckshot is not the best. Let's remove some cards. Yeah, the buckshot has kind of been like we have a lot of attacking cards here, so we can just remove these basic shots. Alright. Get the Tira on the command deck, delight. I'm just like, push all the buttons. Tira has good instincts? Oh, do I? I don't know, I just like yipping. Oh, there's not much I can do. Well, I can do this. Yippee! I like poop. Good here, no damage. 2, 3. With no evade. Okay, so and then Striker Squadron, Attack Drone, Extra Battery, Endless Magazine. That's actually perfect. And thanks for the boop and head pet. Get shredded. Repair kit. Launch an object for a missile raid. Destroying will heal its destroyer hull for 2. Ah? No, I'm not gonna do that. Let's get launch B. Oh, escalate is free? No, we get launch B. We go here for 2 repair. Yeah, 2 repair yard. We go straight here up. 2 bosses, 2 repair yards. Uh-oh. Isaac, my brain itches. Ah, you all again. An extra planar being, neat. What do you value most? Add a card to your deck. Ephemeral repairs. Heal for hull. Single use. Damage. Single use. Evasion. It's all single use. Okay. Ah. Healing. I like healing. No, I want damage. No, I want evasion. I like evasion. Evasion. Then it is yours. Thanks! Oh, look at them. The reactor's juiced up. Like, they're so cute though. Oh my god. The background on this one. Just honestly everything, almost everything about this game so far, or I would say everything about this game so far has been very delightful. Striker Squadron. Do I use this now? No, we can dodge once. We go here. Get him! Oh yeah. Oh, they are not destroying that thing. I'll deal some damage here. I should use chip shot first. Ow. Got him. Lost quite a bit of health there though. Front loaded blast. Add the card to your draw pile. Fumes. Attack for 4 damage, add 3 fumes to your draw pile. Oh. Rock Factory. Launches 1 asteroid at the start of every turn. Will block 1 attack before being destroyed. Boost capacitor? Sure. And watch out, if this attack hits you, it will also give you a card. Oh, new one? But I cannot attack here, right? Yeah. Striker Squadron. Use it to tank. I didn't tank damage, I'm stupid. I thought I counted it right, it's not here. I should have go 1 here and then do it. I love this game so much. Riggs needs to be my wife. Hi Breen. Yeah, this game is so fucking good. Oh, I've been missing out. Also love the music. So good, oh my god. Just blew up moments ago. She gave you mini wives then? Oh. Oh wow. I'll just block the damage. Three damage and then it should kill. The best defense, the big shield. big shield. Boom. Alright, we get aquatic life form. I just realized what it is. X your shield, so X is my shield. X equals shield. So evade shield? Oh, X equals shield. I get my amount of shield to evade? It gives evade to current shield. Oh. Then sets shield to 0. Oh, that's the No, I like refresh interval. The card carried me so hard last run. Oh, I know this one. We're gonna deal quick damage here. Actually, we're gonna prepare first. If I don't move, if I don't deal damage to them, they're not gonna attack me first, right? What was that? I don't know.
Yay.
Yay. I kinda want to wait until my Squadron is back. I don't know if I can do that. Because they're gonna get overdrive every turn. Haven't heard that in a while. Hey. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I'm dead. But skin. I want skin. I didn't get scanned.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobold, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I guess I'll do damage to them now. Yep. Yeah. Back up, reverse! Oh, they're already doing damage immediately. What? Got him. We take 1 less damage here. Kobold barcode. Kobold barcode. Lunge.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. Kobold code. Scan now for a free Kobold barcode. Oh my god, I would scan it immediately. I'm still gonna take so much hit here. I don't know if you're right. Ow. Oh, I should have dodged one to the left. Whoa! Oh, they have jazz here? Holy shit. Got him. That's kinda bad. Multi-shot A. Stun shot B. Shift shot? If this attack hits the enemy, you instantly move the enemy 2 spaces to the left. That's interesting. Multi-shot A though. I want it. Grab a recycler. Gain 1 temporary shield every time an asteroid is destroyed. Oh. Nanofiber hull. Heal 1 after each combat. A little bit too late on that.
All enemy cockpits start with weak. Sure. Wave control. Gain 3 drone shift on the first turn. Lets you move all mid-roll object or recalibrated. Draw a card every time you miss a shot. Get wave control. Howdy. Salutations. I kinda want to repair. Oh, the creature. Just poking. Victor Haru? Thanks for the lurk. I'll get that die after. Yeah, repair. Look at that. Okay, hull restored. Oh, it's a drill. Go for the eyes. I'm gonna listen to this music while I get that thigh. Alright, here we go. Scans it, it's cute. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Hi, Uncle. I will drink the delicious melon. I cannot send anything out because of the asteroids. I'll just skip this turn. Oh. I can take 3 damage. Or I do this, so I take 2 damage. Need a breather? I think I can take that damage, it's okay. Ow. It heals back. I couldn't shoot them. But now I can. Well, that was a little bit scary. Postcard? Attack equals damage. Attack. Damage equals total damage of enemy's cannon attack. No. No. Cross link. Every 5th time you attack, gain 1 evade. Ooh. On pick up your missile bay gains armor. I want this one. Gain evade is so good. Yeah, I need it. Hey, stop. Upgrade the card. They still exhaust. Right click, flip the direction of its... Oh! Infinite. This card is not discarded when played. Oh. Don't think I need that. Bites Cal's Rod. Wow. Oh my god, Rod. Draw 1, gain 1 shield plus 1 every time. 1 shield plus 2 every time. I'm just gonna upgrade this one to like, yeah. Ooh, may not be the best here, but alright, same plan as last time, I guess. Self-upload initiated. Good luck out there. Of course we get cockpit targeting and then find an enemy without a cockpit. Gonna take a little damage here. Four, 5, 6. I have 4 shield. Damn. Lunch. Striker's Squadron? Yeah. Hits them. Alternate drone number 1. Number 1. I'm gonna get hit for too much here. Uh-oh. I didn't think about that. Actually, I'll take it. It's okay. No damage for the drone, no damage for the squadron, but it's okay. Do a basic block, block that damage. 1 chip shot. Oh, it's armored, yeah. Save the chip shot. Number 1 couldn't handle the pressure, sorry. Oh no. I mean, now is the best time to use this. That might have been kind of bad. I saw blood and I immediately wanted to do it, but I forgot I do take 5 damage here. I mean, I'm tanky, but I'm not that tanky. That's right. Oh, shift. I'm doing some good damage here. I'm also taking a lot of damage here. Hi Peter. Morning. Hi Zeus. I guess I'm old now. I'm 85. Hi Bueska. Cobalt Core, exactly. Love me some Kobold game. Nice. That's good enough. Let me tank those. Oh yeah, I win. Lunch. Yeah. Got him. 2 runs, 2 wins? Holy shit, am I good? You are growing stronger. Who shall I be this time? Let's take another parry. Is this gonna restore more memory? All the suffering in this time loop? It holds you responsible for it. Your understanding of the situation is flawed, but your anger is useful. Good, I got plenty more. Good. Good! Alright, memory number 2. 13505 days. Oh my god, tiny Perry! Yay, chocolate cake! Happy birthday, Hyperia! Cake! Oh, Omega cake! Cake. I love cake. Here you go, sweetie. Oh, so adorable. Oh my god, I'm gonna melt. Be careful, Periwinkle. Oh no. Oh no, Hyperia, you dropped your cake on the floor. I'm gonna cry. It was my lack of honor, vigilance, and discipline that caused this. I will make sure this never happens to anyone ever again. What? Perry? Hyperia? What? For a kid to say that? What did she went through? Oh, we got Drake now. A hired mercenary. Her cards are strong attacks and status effects, but be careful not to overheat. Oh. Two runs, 2 wins. The trauma. Oh. Poor Perry. Unlock Drake. Now we're cooking. If I want to play as Drake, win the run with Drake to unlock Max. Drake makes it hard. Drake can make me hard. Space dirt. There's 2 question marks here. This crewmate will invite herself on board eventually. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. A bulky, versatile ship with a single central cannon. I'm gonna run on hard or harder to unlock this ship. I'll do another normal. I'll do normal until I unlock every character. Isan Oling or Chu Somebody's vehicles 37. However, you also have to factor in the fact that Perry is old enough to talk at that memory, so if we say 10 years old, they'll put her at 47. I love Perry though, it's okay. I'm gonna go Drake is attack. Perry is also attack. I feel like if I want to play Drake, I cannot play Perry. Or I just go like batshit crazy with attacks. I want Riggs. Yeah, we have movements and stuff. No shield though, so this might be catastrophic, but we'll see. Start run. Upgrade 2 random cards to type B. Upgrade the card. 2 random cards to type B, thank you very much. Multi-shot B. Ooh, basic block B. Okay. Oh, yawn. Okay, everyone, you know the drill. What's going on? Hey. Hey, intruder alert! Oh, you guys. Guys? Whoop whoop, alarm sound, seize this intruder! Oh, these time loops are getting weirder. Your stupid time crystal must really be doing a number on the time stream. How do you... Wait, why do you have different colors just now? Well, whatever, now make yourself useful or I'm venting the Atmo and starting this loop over. Hey, did you guys know if you pull the voltage limiters out of your consoles you can get increased weapon output? If I don't use our evasion, I can use it later too. Oh wow. APS slug. It gives heat. Okay, it gives heat, but it's stun and 3 attack. Holy. Yeah, I'm okay with taking this hit. It's gonna take more than that to dent this hull. Heat sink, move right. Oh. Hey, actually hit them. Right, Drake is a mercenary. It's a weird combination of cards, I feel like. Oh, it's done. We love that. Drake, good hit. Got him. And quick thinking an ace. Oh, I used so many good cards from Riggs, I didn't even know. Yeah, ace is good.
More Kobold yippin'. Oh, going down here can go for 2 bosses. Hi again, Pony and the Cheese. Or, wait, was it a different pony? Oh my god, I don't know if that's... I think that's a different pony. No, is it? I don't remember, my brain melts. But still, hi, welcome. Oh, up here also can go for 2. Yep. Yep. But I can go for repair yard so I can upgrade early. Eunice. Cleo. Oh, your name is Eunice? Oh, look at the card.
Ooh, shiny.
EMP Slug.
Yep, yep.
1 damage or 2 damage up. Yep. Fast on Sentinel. Hi. Yep. Heat sink. Oh, heat sink is free? I mean, it is technically free movement. I'll upgrade this one. Wow, cool. Whisbo, thou art in the presence of Whisbo the excuse me, what? Fremgifition? Wow, cool hat. Thank you. Oh no. Should I use this division now or save it for later? Just stun it. Basic touch. Hi, watching my girlfriend. Wow. Hope you're having a good time. The enemy is going to give you a status. This can't be dodged, be prepared. Oh, that's a new one. Apply status back to you. Heat sink. Should be good enough. Uh-oh. Drake? Drake is missing? Drake? What happened? Don't mess with a crew like that. What did you do, you bitch? This card owner is missing. Miasma.
Oh. Yeesh, getting hot in here. Oh, I guess I'm taking that hit head on. Ka-chow. Are you Lightning McQueen? Hiya, why you like that? Let's fly to Alpha Centauri? Can we talk about how Whisbo is visible on top of the ship? Which apparently might go. Wait, you're right. It's tiny Whisbo. Holy, Whisbo is withstanding solar flare? Like that? Oh my god. Whisbo can breathe in space. He is a wizard? Maybe Whisbo is a true wizard. It's got a little telescope on top too. Oh, you're right. This one, right? Whisbo is so cool. Naughty shot. Joe shot. Eat sink. In a lunch. Oh, hi. Oh, what? Where did Perry go? Plus 1 corrupt on draw, minus 1 corrupt when played. Okay. Feel the heat? I'm scared. To Miasma or no? I'm just gonna draw shot. Heat sink. Yeah, okay. And volatile vapor? Minus 1 shield? For the rest of combat? Wait, that's kinda scary though. Should I get more heat sink? Oh, I will drink, thank you. Multi-blast? It's 2 energy though. Oh, this card can become free. For the rest of the combat, I guess I can take that. I mean, we can get some temporary shield. We don't really have Dizzy here, so... Oh, hi! You ever notice there's a lot of robots around here? Yeah, what about them? The civilization that built them. It died out long before any of us got here. All these ancient war machines built to protect things long gone. I feel like we're trespassing. Wow, yeah. Anyway, point is, I already feel bad, so I won't feel worse for Robin yet. Okay. You weirdo. Hit them where they're weak. No. I don't like what the thermometer is reading. Stop sweating the small stuff. Heat sink. Draw shot? Draw shot is not a good idea here actually. Multi-blast is 2 damage per energy to be fair. I guess. Yeah. Draw? What? I'm sorry, what? On draw, immediately attack for 1 damage. Oh. Well. Oh, we win. We're just gonna make sure that we win, so... Heat wave. Barrage inverter. So shield to overdrive? Heat wave, 1 damage to all attack. Decreased by 1 at the end of turn. It's free though. And I can have free heat sink, so I want it. Jettison Hatch. You may remove 2 cards at repair yards. 1 energy every 3rd turn. Render heart. I'll get this one. More energy. Who are you? Celine? Hey, I have this extra scaffold lying around. I think it will look great right in the middle of your ship. Sunshine Heavy Industries, huh? Also, it's a great tax write-off. What do you think? Add an unshootable scaffold to the right of the middle ship part. So I'm gonna have extra part here that I'm gonna get shot at? I don't think that's a good idea. I'll take it. I don't know why, but I'm taking it. The Sunshine Heavy Industries was under the game by these devs. Oh, okay. Yeah, Cobalt Core, exactly, Cobalt Core. Hi, Dragon. Oh my god, Dragon. Sure. Oh, wait. They cannot hit me for that, right? Attack will pass through. Woohoo! And it's unhittable. It's a part that shots go through. Oh, looks better, I guess. No refunds. Okay. After your first attack, each turn gain 1 stun charge. When you shoot an incoming missile, turn it around instead of destroying it. I guess I can get this one. But this one's also good. Yeah, let's get this one. Another drone ship incoming. This one looks a bit different though. Assignment: destroy all robots in sector. Conundrum: M. Oh no! M robot. Oh shit. Oh, you are Janitor Bot. Hello. Solution: destroy all robots in sector. Uh-huh. How is that your solution? Maybe go find some robots then? Yeah, go find some robots. Why are you destroying us? What the heck? Oh, well, unlucky for you. Uh-oh. Oh. Shoots a one-damage shot once per turn at the enemy, then another at you. Oh, wow. Okay, I actually didn't notice that. So I'll still take 2 damage here. Heat wave. Heat sink. EMP slug. Oh! Ah! I hit the wrong way. Okay, it's okay. Too easy. I like Drake. Oh. Generator just kicked in? Well. Yeah, get out of here. The janitor bot is redefining robots so it doesn't have to refuse its programming or blow itself up, I guess. Yeah. Ventilator. Discard 1 random card, draw 2 card. -1 heat. Heat compress. Oh! If heat is 3 or more at the end of turn, takes 1 whole damage. But if I can handle the heat well, then I can get a free heal, and I get a free temporary shield. So I think this is pretty good. I'm taking it. Who's this guy? It's Jumbo again. Hello, I'm here to collect the bounty again. Are you kidding me? There's a fake bounty. That's my fake bounty. I put it on these nerds the day before the time loop started, so they'll be distracted while I rob them. Excuse me? You tricked me? Now my feelings are hurt. Prepare to die, etc. Do you think there's too many cannons? I do, yeah. Heat wave. Heat sink. Go here. Boom. I'm not gonna lunge. Rigs? Yay! You cover some Rigs plushie? Oh. The Rigs plushie though. I can use this now. Oh, that's 1 less damage. We get basic block here. Oh. I'll try to line up with that brutal spot. I don't think it's a good idea. Let's get scramble and then we're just gonna EMP slug this. Or not. Let's do a multi-shot. It just runs away. Yeah. Does he have a gun? Yes, and a thing of boba. Ooh! Boba good. I actually kinda crave boba tea right now. Boba milk tea? Oh. This is my big coup attack. Mm-hmm. I'll take 1 damage actually. We get Ace, Heat Sink. Yeah, 1 damage is better than 2. Now the scratch. Right. Heat Wave. The volatile fate. Oh my god, damage! What a hit! Whoa! Oh shit! I'm not sorry. It's all good. I'm gonna... Do I get... No, I don't wanna. No, I have hospital visit on Tuesday. I'm not gonna. It's snowing like crazy today. Whoa, snow! Weakened hull. This part takes 1 more damage on all attacks. Is it gonna get weak entirely? However, 3 energy is a lot though. Like a space Nintendo because it's how she said it. I'm gonna skip the reward. Every 5 parry cards played, chip shot is so good. Shit memory, ion converter. Nah, we get Dakadrum. The snowflakes are the size of golf balls. Oh my god, that's huge. Back to try and steal some artifacts again, are we? I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Are you blushing? Oh my god. Drake is so precious. Oh my god. I love this game. Heat compress. Right, what do we have? Oh, it became free, but this one is just guaranteed heal then. Some of them at least. It's still kinda scary though, isn't it gonna hurt? Oh, -1 heat? Oh, this becomes power drive. But it exhausts. It's not hell luckily. Oh, okay, okay. At least that's good to know, yeah. Let's get Ace to like 2, yeah. Neat. Right, let's go fight boss. Why you look different? That's not the normal crystal. Ah, a weird crystal. Can you be serious for a minute? Weird crystal. Ah, big crystal. Big crystal. We can do this. Overheating is a myth. Oh, we'll take 1 damage. We have Ace, so we should be fine. It's strangely beautiful. Do something? Breakable? Lunge. Gonna do some basic block here. It is kind of pretty, but also horrifying. When it rains, usually have that noise, but when it snows, it's just silence because of how light they are. Oh, that's a normal shit that's assimilated by alien crystal. Oh, really? Crystalline takeover. Oh, wait, sentient crystal? Dare I say skill issue? That's kinda mean actually. Oh wait. Oh, I messed up. It's fine. You don't worry over nothing. I had it under control. Yeah. Let's not do heat wave now. No hull damage. Yeah. I guess I'm taking them head on. 1 broken crystals every turn. Yeah, I guess I'm taking them head on. 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. Ooh. Ayowe, Ayama. Are you sure this hull can hold? I don't know about that. I'm a little bit worried. Draw shot. Definitely gonna need more shield. It feels kind of weird playing without shield. It's gonna take more than it to dent this hull. Heat sink, heat wave. If we take 2 damage, it's better than taking 5. Oh wait, oh right, I have empty, I forgot. Oh, that doesn't kill. Unfortunate. Oh, nice. Okay. Pillage and plunder. Attack for 2 damage. If it kills, gain 1 max hull. Strafe. Freeze try. Piercing attack. Engine lock. The ship cannot move. Decreases by 1 at the end of turn. Huh? Why are you so sabotagey, Drake? I want to get strafe, but I don't have enough like max energy to cast this. Ah, big crystal. Sabotage is a style? I mean, true. Yeah. And so is making things hot of cold. Yeah. I like Drake. Hunter Wings, Artemis exclusive artifact. If you end your turn with more than 0 energy, your wings will retract and become empty until your next turn starts. Whoa. Warp Mastery. Replace Warp Prep. Gain 3 shield. Oh, gain 3 shield and 3 evade at the first turn. Ooh. Dirty Engines. Wait, this is good. 3 shield and 3 evade on the first turn? But this one is like exclusive though. Your wings will retract and become empty until your next turn starts. That feels really fucking good. I'm getting it. Your girlfriend made funny noises when she's... Oh, is it because it's like super duper good? We're in the lawless sector again. You all know the drill. Yeah, check out my cougar. Ooh. Riggs! Give me that. Oh man. Oh, hey, Strafe. Strafe, I need you to clear so that he can send a heat stay out the kitchen. Oh. Got him. Okay, stun capacitor is really good. Trying to run away from me? Get out of here. Ventilator B. Oh, discard 2, draw 4. Oh, 2 random cards though. Multi-blast. Bolt. Oh, it's free by its exhaust. I kinda want this one. This card is not discarded when played. What if the discard discards this card then? I'm taking it. It's upgraded, it's cool. We can fight 2 bosses here. Yeah, I want to fight 2 bosses here. Let's go. Sasha, hi! Hey, perfect! So glad you could make it! Huh? Are you trying to blow us up? No, I'm the ref. Welcome to sports! The goal is... well, the goal is the goal. Shoot the ball really hard to knock it into a goal, but don't shoot that other ship. That's foul. We're not interested. There's prizes! Oh shit, prizes? Sure, why not? So what are we doing? Oh, are we trying to shoot the ball? Some kind of sporting orb. It's indestructible. Moves left or right when you or the enemy hit it. Distance move is equal to the damage it takes. Auto dodge, if fired on, will completely move out of the way right. Decreases by 1 every time it triggers, goes away at the start of next turn. Oh, so I mean I can't even shoot them. Sports, score a goal on the left to win. The X amount of sports lets you start the fight with 1 ace. Oh, thank you. Heat wave. Drake. Oh, just turn a fan or something. Draw a shot. Nice. Good clean day for sports. Basic shot. Fantastic shot. Thank you. Holy. Are you gonna hit me? I mean, if they hit me, that's foul, so I'm gonna win, right? So I'm gonna end here. Hey, the thrusters are worn out. Careful. They hit me. What? They cheating? Hi, yeah, for what? Wow. Let's ventilate. Hiya, what you doing? I'm gonna heal. And then consequences, we meet again. Heat sink. Scramble. It's so cute. Good hit. A new record? Wow. Go here, shoot. Go here, shoot. Let's go, easy. Go! What price do you want? Will you take the ball? Will you take the ball? Hi, Mark. Yep, I can yep. Just got up, still tired. Oh, honestly, I feel the same too today. Weird. Shiny diamond? Can I grab the shiny diamond? It's dangerous to be named Shiny Diamond when there's a Kobold on the screen. Actually, I'm kidding. Hi. Yes, it is Cobalt Core. This is a new one, cool new little event. Ooh. Yeah, I like this one. What price do you want? Who will take the ball? Launch? Launch an object from the missile bay. It's like a sporting orb, indestructible. The distance it moves is equal to the damage it takes. Hi, Nina. I just tried to send you the model, but the file size is too large for Discord. You could try using Google Drive, I guess. Like you share the file through Google Drive and then get the link, so I can get it? Question mark. Got any trophies? Whoa. Ignition coil. I figured I found out the Google Drive. It shouldn't be too difficult, I hope. I kinda like hull plating as well though. But ignition coil because it's Drake's stuff. I want Drake's stuff. I like Drake. Enjoy your trophy. Return for more sports sometime. Thank you, Sasha. Kitty's here? Oh, we love Kitty. Oh my god. Of course, Kitty. Holy heck. Nicholas should stand apart with Google account. Attack? Uh-oh. Heat wave. Dutch a little bit. Oh, that's armored. Oops, I didn't check. Oh. I couldn't use strafe. Oh. Strafe. Heat sink. Oh, I have no evade. Should we go to drive.google.com, drag and drop the thing, right click and select share and save anyone with the link. Oh yes, nothing like that. Thanks for explaining. I didn't. Oh my god, I'm actually so terrible. I didn't think about explaining the thing. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm too excited to play this game. Oh no. Crap, I'm sorry. Ah, shooting their armor as a warning shot. Genius. Oh. Oh no, it's ace. Heat sink. Heat wave ventilator. Nice. How's the Kobold today? I'm feeling pretty okay. The headache is not that much. It's not that bad anymore, so I'm not good at explaining things, generally, but I had a little practice with Google Drive. That's good. Especially in 2025, I started writing stories using Google Docs, sharing them with friends from it. Oh, writing stories? Oh my god. I couldn't form a good coherent sentence. I couldn't write. Faint. Exothermic release. -3 exhaust. Ooh, okay. Hail and well met, traveler. Verily. Heat wave. Send you the links, hope it works. Okay, I'll look at it after. Thank you, Matt. Strafe is actually being really bad in my deck right now. Oh. Obsessed with a furry indie game called Laika Age True Blood. Had so many thoughts I had to write them down, and then they turned into a fanfic. Oh. What's the model? It's a Kobold model as far as I know. I started also working on the fanfic for the movie The Bad Guys, and then there were other ideas, and now I'm working on 6 stories. Autism, ADHD stuff. Valid. Two-two-one train. I want this one. Head, good. Oh, not this guy again. Heat wave. Whoa, big head, that's what I'm talking about. The interaction, God, they're so adorable. Oh, that's 5 damage that I couldn't really block? Wait, unless... Yeah, that's good enough. No ace though. If heat is 3 or more at the end of turn, overheat, take 1 whole damage and reset heat to 0. I assume the temporary shield is gonna eat that hit, so I'm gonna use it. Drake. Mielsino? Seesaw? I think I heard the name before. You are the Kobold! Hello! Mielsino, hi! Unload the items. Why am I being... I'm being stared at. Nom, hi! Urged, hi! Welcome! Welcome, Mielsino. What were you playing? What were you doing? Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate? Oh my god, isn't that like the 3DS version of Monster Hunter? Holy heck! You should know Naruto is your very much so. Am I though? Oh my god. Thanks for the raid. You're playing on the Wii U? Oh my god, Wii U. I haven't heard that in such a long time. Hopefully it's been fun. I fucking love Monster Hunter. Oh my god. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Also, might be a little bit late on this, but Happy New Year. It's already January 4th though, but good enough. Trio was the one with underwater combat that everyone but me hated. Oh, I think. I don't know. I don't own a Wii U. I don't own a 3DS for good reason. I only had a jailbroken Wii. It was weird. My childhood was kind of weird, but hey, it's all good. Thanks for raid again. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Very important. Post-stream care, good. Heat sink. EMP slug. Impact. 2 basic shots. Good enough. Of course. Oh, angry. Heat sink. Lunge. Let's just do this. The empty spot is so amazing though, holy shit. Boom. Good job, Drake, good job. Desperate measures. All shield and all heat. Prepare. +2 draw next turn, +2 energy next turn. Attack for 2 damage if it kills, gain 1 max hull. I like prepaid. Brecky is another one that should know. Adorable is that as well. Brecky is very cute. I almost didn't take the scaffold. Yeah, I almost didn't. Draw 2 extra cards on the first turn. Draw a card every time you miss a shot. Gain 1 serenity every 3rd turn. The next time you would gain any amount of heat, instead lose 1 serenity. Oh. 2 extra cards on the first turn. I like this one. I like drawing more cards. Nanofiber hull. Heal 1 after each combat. Heal 1 after each combat. Oh my god, look at you! I love them! Are they bird? Fast, lay down ye arms, ye scurvy dogs. Look, as a Malaysian, I have zero idea on what pirate sound like, okay? Kalau kamu mau saya cakap bahasa Malaysia, saya boleh. Tapi saya mau cakap itu pirate language, saya tak boleh lah. Hey, check it out, guys! A fake pirate with a fake pirate accent. Oh, hi Eunice. I didn't say stop. Oh my god. Ready to go. Heat wave. Repair. Multi-shot. Basic shot. Oh my god, damage. Just gonna do exoteric release. There. What? I'm being squished. I don't recall this character at all. I don't think I do. Shoot down that missile or just get out of the way. Sure. Yeah. Basic dodge, boom, bullet hole. Look at that. And now you give me strafe. Hi. Binary star? Oh! Oh, I didn't even see that. Not the best shot. I mean, I just want to like stop them from hitting me too much. I have one shield, so it should be fine. Whoa. Block this. Oh, and now with movement cards, well, I'm gonna get hit here. I'm gonna get hit and I cannot hit them. Oh, that's depressing actually. Well, I'll take 1 less damage at least, or 3 less damage. Oh! 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 What happened? I mean, I'll take it. Nanofibers will deal with some of them at least. Oh, they even acknowledge what I got. Oh my god. I'm gonna jump. Multi-shot. When you end a turn with 1+ energy, the wings fold out. There's a hunter wings. Oh! I forgot about that. Charge up M. Attack for 0 each time this card is drawn. This fight at 3. Okay, like a... Ooh. Oh, free evade? I want this. Lots of options. I don't think so, I'm a little bit scared here. Oh, wait. This is... not a very good draw, I feel like. Oh, that's free, I'll take it. You've met the murder train? Yeah, this is really bad. Heat wave. It cannot miss. 1 damage inflict 1 shaken. 1 less card next turn. I don't think it's that bad. that's bad. Oh my god, I have no... Oh my god. No, I mean, fine. I spilled my boba. Oh, Rick's like boba? Rick's a boba enthusiast? Dang, I like boba tea too. Boba and the gun are recurring gags. I love Rick's more now. Weak point here. Here's a weak point as well. Oh, it's two. I'm not gonna have any shield anymore, but okay. Nice. Okay, we have one more time, I think. I'm gonna take 1 damage from this. Yeah, it's fine. Strafe now, I'm gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. I have 5 holes left. Oh, thank goodness. Sear. Excess heat. Ignore sword shield, 2 piercing. More exothermic release. It takes 2 energy. Drake! Your cards are so expensive, goddammit. X equals your heat. So move according to how many heat I have to the right? Or I can flip it to the left. Combustion engine. I guess this could be a... Yeah, I need more movement. Next gen installation. Your ship overheats at 4 instead of 3. Oh, that's pretty good. Howdy. Hi. 7 Hall. I guess I have to repair
Excuse
this.
me, but
Hmm?
important announcement. Ready. Good pet, good girl, and good Kobo.
Oh my god. Is it that the cars are expensive or is the Kobold stingy? A little bit of both, I guess. I am very stingy, being a Kobold and all. Repair. Repairs complete. You didn't even repair all of them. Rigs? There seems to be a nearly infinite supply of you guys, huh? You too. No, there's only one of me. I'm the original flavor, baby. Anyone have any ideas? Not me. Okay. 2, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. So with like 3 damage. Okay, we're tanking that. We're tanking that. That's not good. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a little bit too far though. Wait, if I go there, I can launch back, I think. Okay, maybe it's a little hot in here. You think? I'll take less damage there, I think. Yeah. Love this song. It's so good. It's such a vibe. I meant to do that. That's a lot of damage incoming though. Oh, 4. Yeah, that's 5 damage though. I have no block cards. At this point, I'll try to get as much damage done to rakes as much as possible. Or hit sync so that I take... Oh wait, I take more. Oh shit, I didn't see that. Oh no, I'm stupid. I'm actually stupid. Oops. I didn't check this one. Oh wait, 1 energy. Oh, yeah. I'll take less damage here. Oh, thank god. Oh my god. Big brain. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I'm surprised. Hit ace. Shield good. You remember that time before Kobold? Yeah. I cannot believe that my brain actually worked for a little bit just now. I'm gonna... Yeah, no, yeah. Alright, we could still. Yeah, I can see why she says that it's so good. It is very fucking good. Now I'm playing too safely. Yeah, see, they're getting too many shields back. Oh yeah. Nice shot, Terry. And a draw shot. Oh gosh, diggity dang, that thing is OP! Holy shit, I thought I was dead 10 times over. Freeze dry. Endless magazine. Oh, I missed my endless magazine. Oh my god. Berserker drive. At the start of combat, gain 1 power drive. On the second turn of the combat, your enemy also gain 1 power drive. Oh no. Oh no. Gain 1 evade every turn. You can no longer have more than 3 evade at a time. 30 engines. Extra energy every turn. Add the trash to your draw pile every 2 turns. Ah. I'll get demon thrusters. This is actually really good. Yeah. Going in. The cowboy is catching on. I cannot believe it. Shield. I'm gonna shoot twice then. Boom. In. Go back. I should use heat wave first. I didn't check. Free movement. I'm trying to avoid damage as much now, but it's also because of that now I'm playing super duper like a pussy, which is kind of bad. So, fixing. All damage is kinda bad. It's okay. I mean, I have nano fiber. No. Yeah, prepare is good. That's really bad. Wait, I've stunned. And then just go here and it will whiff. Heat sink. Chip shot, chip shot. Boom, boom. Wow, that took a while. No one ever. Evade. Lose all evade next turn. Oh no. Attack for 4 damage, adds 2 fume to the draw pile. 4 damage at 2 fumes. And fumes. Oh, fume is just like it hogs my draw pile, I think. I'm okay with that. Right, what do we have? Oh. Only 1 elite? Eee. I'll go for the 2 repair yard then. Look at them! God, the characters are so adorable in this game, I can't. I love them so much. Oh wait, I miscalculated. I'm dumb. This is better. Ah. Move right. And then heat sink. Good. 4 damage is really strong. I never realized that. I'll do lunge and then boom. Whiplash. Move 2, attack, and then move right 1. With Strafe, it's kind of fun, but I can never really use Strafe since I don't have enough energy to cast it. Kobold? I'm listening. Can we talk about how this is a fish? I know, right? It's so cool. It says aquatic life form and with no portraits. Hyperia, good shot. Ooh. She calls her Hyperia? A fish with cannons and ship-like features by the fish? Oh wait, oh, life form. Wait, that's an actual fish. It's not like a fish ship. It's just like a ship. Yes. Sure. Oh my god. Whoa. Yeah, this fish is pissed off. I just do this, what you gonna do, huh? Oh. Well. I keep missing out on this endless magazine. I shouldn't have used it. Straight. Heat wave. Heat sink. And now we get like multi-shot, basic shot, and just... God, I love strafe. Evasive shot, quick thinking? I think selective memory is pretty good. I like it. Repair yard. Hell and well met, traveler. Very. Upgrade a card. What do you do? Choose a draw or discard pile card, put it into your hand. Choose 2 cards in your draw pile, put them into your hand. Choose a card in your draw pile. Oh, a card. You and my killed by strafe at the same time. Like-minded. What if she's a kobold? I'm sorry. This one gives shield, but... A dragon fox? A dragon? Oh my god. I'm sorry to say, but I like dragons a lot. Dragon good. I'll make this into 3. Cost 3. Yeah. Nice. I like dragon because I'm a kobold. I mean, the sole reason why I'm a kobold because I love dragons so much. Let's dodge their hits for now. What? Oh my heck, Beckham! Oh my god, Celeste. There's a lot of dragons. Hello. Hi, Celeste. I saw you were playing Jackbox a little bit, and then you were playing Lockdown Protocol after. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Sorrow. Oh my god. You ever saw this game? I do! And I just started playing. I bought this game like last week or 2 weeks ago. Oh, thank you. And then I forgot I owned this game, and now I'm playing it because I saw Celeste play it the other day. Just playing Cobalt Core. Ooh! I love this game! You reminded me of this game, Dragon. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Are we having a good time? I am having a wonderful time playing this game. Vibe into the music, looking at the cute characters and just like squealing at them because I love them. I said I started playing recently too. Yeah, I saw Dragon play that like the other day, and I was like, oh, I have this game too. And then I decided to start playing it today. So hey, yeah, this game's really good. I already unlocked Drake, and I love Drake. I love Perry. I mean, honestly, I love all the characters in the game. Like, I cannot complain. Everyone looks so adorable. This game is a bunch of amazing things that all come together. The art, the characters, the writing, the music, the mechanics. I just really love the little interactions together. It's like so adorable. I love them. Have plushie or rakes. Ooh. Hen, Cannon, and Boba. The possum. Everyone loves rakes. I can see why rakes is so fun. 2 damage on that. Any preparations that I can do? No? We're just gonna launch this and then we're just gonna Kablow. Look at that. Perfect. Draw pile. Exhaust pile. This one. I have one 1 energy. It's not that worth it, I feel like. Boom. Wee. And then more damage. Wee. Awesome to say hi, Bunchy. Love the character dialogue. Yeah. Been a while, Bunchy. Happy New Year. Riggs is the one city. I know, right? I'm actually not much of a Riggs fan. I know. Prefer Drake. Of course, I prefer Drake too. For obvious reasons. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you, Bunchy. Drake is a cutie. Drake is so adorable. And thanks for the pick. Oh. And prepare. I like prepare. They are good creatures. That's true. They're all adorable creatures. Strafe. Yeah. And Endless Magazine. If I use Endless Magazine, I can attack hit though. Actually, no, I don't need to take hit. No. Oh, you really want to? Oh, wow. Okay. I am. Seeing you play this after me is funny. I mean, you did remind me that on this game. A book says the best portrait animations though. Book who? Yeah, loving this game so far, and I think I've been good today. I think that's good enough. Kobold. Oh, hi Narix. More dragon. Hey. An unlockable character. Oh, you see what I mean when you got them. Okay. Heat wave. I mean, lunch is going to wave. I have the chit shop. I didn't see that. I go to the library to unlock books. True. Rev the engines. Freeze dry. Ignore all shields and armor. Ship cannot move. Decreases by 1 at the end of turn. This is so scary though. Instantly move 3 spaces to the right. Something made me think of you recently. My mother has been seeing lots of TikTok videos about Lauganma chili crepes being so delicious, so she went and picked up a jar she found at the store. But the one she grabbed was the plain red pepper flakes and oil, and that's not the extra tasty stuff. Oh, yeah, there's like many different kinds of Lauganma, right? But I feel like Lauganma in general is pretty delicious, but yeah, there are some good ones, there are some like okay ones. It's unfortunate that you got the okay ones though. Lauganma is still pretty good. Looks at the Star Wars reference book under his mousepad. Star Wars? How weird that I never watched Star Wars before. Shield nuts between combat, premeditation, glissade, revenge drive. The first time you lose hull each turn, gain 1 overdrive. Instantly move 2 spaces to the right. Retain. Flippable. Oh, it's free? I like this one more. Crosslink. Every 5th time you attack, gain 1 evade. No. Every time an attack misses the enemy by exactly 1 space, the enemy takes 1 damage? Oh, I can just shoot all I want with strafe. I pressed the wrong thing. Huh? How did I press skip reward? I want that beam. If you like 2000 FPS games, give Star Wars Republic Commando a try, even if you've never seen any of the movies. She was almost convinced that she hated the stuff, but then I showed her the jar I had already put in the pantry and had her try that instead. Oh, you can make killer robot scream, mommy. Oh my god, mommy. Oh, look at this guy. Oh my god. The character portraits. Crap time. Oh, strafe and nothing else. This is actually kind of spicy, but I'll do it. Oh, 1 free damage. Break the crab. Oh, it's break the crab. It's evolutionary perfection. Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh no. Did you know crabs can pinch with the force of 2 crabs? I'm learning. Heat sink. What? I missed the name. 6-7 hand juggling motion. Hi, welcome. I love how the ship's called evolutionary perfection. Yeah. I love crab facts. Because crabs are evolved on Earth on multiple completely separate occasions. So I guess it is evolutionary perfection. Also, brag is an anagram of crab. Oh, it's just spelled differently. Did you know crabs like pancakes? I know this to be true. Knowledge! Oh my god, knowledge! We get an ace. Yeah, do this. Gonna multi-shot this one. Just gonna disable one. Heat compress. I don't think it's a good idea to do that now. Nice. Free hit. Oh my god, the crab is attacking help. Did you know I'm out of crab facts? Alright, that means we can leave, right? Now I know crab likes pancakes. Brack is teaching the ship crew and Tira and chat about crabs, yay? I know, right? Brack is amazing. I'll do this one, and then I'm just gonna dodge everything here. Oh, Brack, where are you going? Brack, no, you're going too far. Drake, I need to piss out that. So that heat. Oh. Hello, where you going? Tira, I'm listening, Dragon. I like. Oh, you like the collar? I like the collar too. I like wearing collars. Where's the crab going? No. No. Wait. I'll stop here. Uh-oh. Ah, that's why. I've been spoiled. Bye bye, crab. Better repair. I'll get this one. Even putting paws of the No, I'm not blushing. You don't know that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Salty jump point. We are way too close to a black hole. Oops. If we don't jettison something right now, we're in serious trouble. Permanently destroy this card. Jettison part of the hull. Lose lose hot compress. Lose front loaded. I think I'm gonna lose selective memory. I'm okay with that. You think I'd be used to this sort of thing? What? Meowdy. Not in front of everyone, please. Let me upgrade the card. I mean, it doesn't exhaust anymore. Repair? 3 energy? I was hoping that they might like lower the energy cost. Prickle. No. No, I didn't do anything though. Oh, this one gain heat? Cleo, we love Cleo. EMP slug. 5 for 2 hit. Lunge for 2 hit. I need what compress? I'll take it like a free card then, yeah. Red. Alright, here comes the Kobold. You're way too eager to get aboard the Kobold. Don't you feel it calling out to you? Maybe a little, yeah. Grace, no. Hi. Welcome. Alright, what are we doing? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Hello. Johnny, thank you. No strafe yet, right? Whiplash. I'm gonna take 2 hits, but I think that's fine. Good luck, Kobold. Thank you. Good luck, Kobold. I'll try my best. Ayama. Oh, this is bad. I don't have any like. I don't have attacking cards. But I can move, so I'll do Heat Wave. Hiya. Hiya. Heat Compress is fine. We heal one. Pin. Oh. Cute cat, I just cute rat. Ooh, thank you. Oh, the ghost character in the crew. It's girls' night out. We love them. Alright, Strafe is probably going to be his salvation. Four, two, one. I could disable the hits. Girls. Good enough. 1 damage. I think that's fine. Point at the nest. For the girls out there, would you fly a spaceship with me and fight pirates and crystal entities and crabs? I would. Sounds like a fun time. Also, it's getting redone. Give me a moment. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's also raining very heavily outside now. Just a moment. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'm just gonna stare. Gosh, I feel like I blush too easily sometimes. Combustion engine. Launch 2, that's 2. We move 1. Launch. Can I get more move? I can, okay. And I'm gonna basic dodge, move here. In this magazine. And I'll just throw away the trash. Strafe is like the salvation here. I'll avoid too much damage here. Whoa, we're strong. I'm doing a shit ton of damage against them. Lunge. Making a move here? Whiplash? And how parts of the song is in 5/4? Yeah, I was like, it's very unique. I like it. We did it! 3 runs, 3 win? Maybe I'm too good. Oh my goodness. You're growing stronger. Who shall I be this time? Harry. That's the 3rd time. Hey. Hello. No threats this time? No, I'm tired. That is understandable. If I could ease this burden, I would. Actually, this infinite void we're in? Can I take a quick nap in there? No one has asked that before, but yes, you may. Thanks, boss. How long do you wish to nap? Nap well, little one. I swear, people who use little one, I love them. I'm just a kobold. Like, I like it when I'm small, okay? Alright, 3rd memory. T97 days. Begin recording. The work on the core continues, but the questions we started with remain unanswered. I haven't told the rest of the crew about the contingency plan. They don't need to know, and it will only... Hey, are you doing a ship's log? Dizzy! Hi. Yes, I'm making a log entry. Cool. Keep going. I can't, you're making me nervous. I'm sorry, I was hanging out on the other deck, but actually, this huge weird ship with just the 4 of us on it, it's super creepy. I don't like it either. So if I figured I'll come hang out on the bridge with you. For protection. In case there's like ghosts. Protection? Do you need my laser rifle works against? Do you think my laser rifle works against ghosts? I figured it might have like a ghost setting. Oh, it doesn't. But yeah, stay up here. There's plenty of bunks. Sweet. I'll go get all my stuff. And for the record, I'm not scared. Together we simply provide an elevated threat profile in a variety of tactical... Oh my god, Perry's blushing, Perry's blushing. I'm not the only one who blushes, okay? Good evening, Tiger. No, welcome. I'm doing pretty okay. Having a lot of fun playing this game. Absolutely, definitely. That's it. That's not bad. We did it. We did 3 runs today. Also, hope you're doing good, Tiger. I don't know if I said this to you, but Happy New Year, Tiger. That's very good. I like. That's a lot of runs, I know. There's still so many things that need to be found, holy heck. We got a hacker. His cards enhance and exhaust other cards and gamble with hand position. We're in. Should I do one more run? What time? It is It is. Oh, it's 621. 621? Wow. I love that website. Let's go gambling? As for me, it's 5 a.m. where I live. I need to go to bed. Oh my god, oh my god. Eepee! I'm gonna work for you this today. 621. Go Eepee! Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate. I mean, we got 3 parry. Let's do these. This crewmate will invite herself on a board eventually, don't worry about it. Enhance and exhaust other cards and gamble with hand position. Gamble with hand position? Armored Core 6 reference complete, heading off now. Have research enter and chat. Thank you. I never played the game, so I have no idea. Have good EP. Thank you. I might do one more run. Yeah, let's try this. I'll do normal again. Max is fun once you get the hang of him. Oh no. I'll give it a try. Remove 2 cards, gain 3 max hold, gain 1 random rare card. Remove 2 cards? Admin deploy, reroll. Play a leftmost cards for free, then exhausted. Reverse hand, reverse the order of the cards in your hand. Huh? Oh! Oh, plays with hand position! Oh, wow. Shit, I don't think I ever heard of that before in a roguelike deck building game. Total cash wipe. The amount of other cards in the hand, so X. So attack equals not no this is attack equals temporary shield. No, wait. Exhaust 10. Send every card in your hand to the exhaust pile. Play remove this card for the rest of the combat. Excuse-moi, what? Okay, gang, rise and shine. Computer snooze. Hey, I'm not an alarm clock. Does anyone have an admin password to the ship computer? My name is Cat. You should remember, you created me. Oh, yeah. Also, where am I? Max is the last character unlocked for a reason. He's tricky to play, but really, really good. Time loop. Ah, and why do I have fingerless gloves? Oh, that's right. I'm a cool hacker guy. Cool hacker guy. For free, then exhausted. Sure. We can do this all day. Dodge. Block up to 4 incoming damage. Oh, attack 4, block 4. So it sends all the cards into the exhaust pile. Nice hit, Max. Well, I guess I did cool. Admin deploy for free. Oh, if this one... Ooh, okay. Shift search. Yeah, like this. But it does get exhausted though, and most of my cards are in the exhaust pile though. Wait, I can play with, like, I can keep my draw pile. Wait, how many cards do I have? 11. 11 cards, 7 is the exhaust pile. Wait a minute. Look! Keep getting the same card. I'm already getting damaged. Oh no. Yeah, my brain's already like sopla. Josh. The song for this song and the rigs fight are my favorite, probably because they're so similar. They kinda do, and it's not like they're bad, they're so good. There's a chance, right? There's a chance. Ooh, 2 bosses down here? I'm going there. Oh, it's Janitor Bot. Hey, line us up with that weak spot. I'll try. Oh wait, this one shoots me as well. So 1, 2, 3. I have enough shield. Janitor Bot. I don't remember there being a navigation map when I played last. They've added so much. Maybe it's just been so long since I last played. Ooh. I'll do it. They thought it was a map at launch, but they've added a lot of other things since. Sweet. It's nice how it hits them as well. Did I get hit back just now? Whenever ship is hit, immediately shoots a 1 damage attack and goes away at the start of next turn. Oh, right. That works. Thanks. Thanks. Button mesh, dice roll. Discard 2 random cards, attack. What? This card is not discarded when played, so... Can I just spam this card? I mean, one way to find out, I guess. Oh, Grandmama! Hello, dearies. What brings you to Grandma's Bakery and Weapons... Huh? And Weapons Market today? Weapons! Do you have any of those little chocolate coconut things? Both? Have a look around. 1 treat, please. Card offering. Can we use your trash can? Remove a card. I kinda want to... No. No. We'll get a card offering. Oh my god, wait. Grandma's house with giant gun underneath? I saw this, like, what? One trick, please. Overclock burr. Oh, it's upgraded card. Add 2 to the next status you gain. Draw 2 cards and exhaust. 2 to the next status you gain. Enjoy. Thank you, Grandmama. The enemy ship detected. I'll take 1 damage. No? Oh. Oh, unlucky. Oh, if only. Okay. I don't know if that's worth actually. Mm. 3, 1, that's 4, right? So I need this. Lucky. Cloud save. Return the exhausted card to your hand. Exhaust itself. System security. 2. Or move 2 spaces to the left. Attack. Move right 1. Whiplash is fun. I feel like. Alright, mini boss. Oh, it's Jumbo again. Dead or alive, baby. Alive. No. No. Crap. Yeah, I'm still gonna get hit. I was hoping that I can dodge that, but I'll take 1 damage. Ayoe. Oh, Jumbo's pissed. Wait a minute. I will take no damage. Okay. If I dodge this, I'm gonna exhaust the enemy deploy though. One day he'll learn, but not today. Not the best, but I'll do it. Oh, I got squished? Did I get squished? She's smaller, I'm small. Oh, Whiplash is actually kind of perfect here. I do need to take a little damage here though. Crap. I take 1 damage again. I could kill it here, right? Bye, Jumbo. Overclock. Mitosis. At the start of your turn, lose 1 shield and gain twice as much temporary shield. Converter. Shield to evade, I think, this one? I don't like any of these. Maybe mitosis? But lose 1 shield to gain twice as much temporary shield though. I'll take it. Once per combat, when you lose hull, immediately heal 1. Strong start. Gain 1 boost at the start of the first turn of combat. 1 energy every third turn. I like heal. Seeker missiles or other homing missiles can't see you if you are 2 or more spaces away from them. When you shoot an incoming missile, turn it around instead of destroying it. Sure. It's Wizbo again! Tremble, mortals! It is I, Wizbo. I'm a bit of a wizard myself, but with computers. No, that's different. My way is cooler. Okay, Wizbo. A thin plasma stream is pulling small objects in its wake. Before the start of your turn, mid-roll objects move right 1. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. I can take the hit. Also, give me a second. Just a little bit. Okay, I'm back. What does Whispo give me again? Oh, right. Hey, Rix is gone. Oh. Halaka? Hot chocolate? Is that what he said? Hot chocolate? Nick. Oh, get scrambled. Where is the? Oh my god. Hello, Chris. Hello, hello. Whoa. And lukewarm chocolate. Oh no. Oh my god, that one costs 2. I just noticed, how is the Kobold the best game ever? Well, that will be the best game ever the second. The best game ever is the Kobold Story Trenchcoat Adventure. Or maybe this is the best game ever. Kobold Story Trenchcoat Adventure is number 2, I guess, since it's still in early access. All jokes aside, I love this game so much though. Dear Kobold. I will avoid this damage. Triguna Mecoidis. He's casting some kind of spell. I'll just exhaust this. Bet that hurt. Dizzy. Oh, unlucky. Ow. Oh, I win. Scramble. Go here. Boom. Okay. My friend got me Cobalt Story for Christmas and I was gonna start it soon. Oh, the game is super duper fun. I like it a lot. Attack with how many shield I have? I don't think any of these is that good. I'm gonna skip. And there's a pirate hailing us. How can you tell they're a pirate? They have a big skull painted on their hull. Ah. Oh, it's Drake. Surrender or drop your shields. And drop your shields or I'll drop them for you. No. Have it your way. It's Drake. And Drake doesn't even want this. That works. Not a scratch? I can never use Grave along with Admin Deploy. It's so hard to get the right order. Hulls untouched. Oh, I got it to the most left, but there's not. Can't believe it. There we go. I need a shield surge here. Shields can't block that? Oh. Ow. One, two, three, four. Oh, shield surge though. Yeah, I'm doing it. Got him. Yeah, we can take 3 damage. It gives us heat though, so it's a little bit dangerous. Avoiding me now? It's fine, that was just a strafe shot anyway. Yeah. Oh, there you are. We love strafe is so good. Escape artist. Draw 1 card, shuffle hand. Autopilot. Immediately after you play the leftmost rightmost card in your hand, move left right 2. Whoa, okay. Shuffle hand. This is such an interesting mechanic. Right? I don't think I've seen this mechanic in any deck building games ever. If I have Strafe, Whiplash is like the most damaging card that I have right now. I want to try more max cards. Strong Start, Red Batteries.
Yee.
I'll get this one. Yee. Yee. Yo. Hey! Bite me? What? No! What? What do you mean? What? Milk? Just grab your hand and play for free. Two tons? Or cost 3? Or gives retain? This achievement for winning the fight? I bet, but it's gonna be hard as fuck, I feel like. Having for dinner? Not too sure. I'm thinking of just instant ramen since like I want to save some money these days. Instant ramen is pretty good. Makey mian and makey mian. Let's upgrade this one to cost a little bit less. Ooh, shiny. Wait, why did I upgrade that? I could just bet. These crystals, I have a theory about them, but it's kind of stupid. Go ahead. I think they're sort of like the time loop's immune system? Like we're nasty little germs that broke space-time and is trying to get rid of us. Interesting. What data do you have to support this? Absolutely none. Hey, I think this supports my crystal immune system theory. What, because it's eating that ship? Yeah, and it'll eat us if we are not careful or something. Alright, well, let's not stick around to find out. This is big brain. The theory is big? Yeah, this is huge brain. Big crystal. Big, yeah. It's the main thing about it. We have strafe, but if I use that, I'm gonna take 2 hits. No, don't do it. We do shoot surge. Reroll. I guess we whiplash. It'd be nice if I have strafe, but it's okay. I'm gonna do this one. I don't like that. Reroll. I can find a chance to just use the thing. Nope. Three, 1, oh, that's 6 damage. Oh, unlucky. At least that's 1 less damage. That's 5. Okay, we can block it. One, 2 dodge. Is this big crystal or long crystal? Feels like long, question mark? Oh wait, I took... Oh, I'm actually dumb. Ow! Time loop time? Hey, don't give up yet! Wait. That's enough shield to block. The house nearly gone. Hey, you can take another hit. I don't think so. It doesn't give me any movement cards anymore for some reason. That's 6 damage. Well, that's 1 less. I can block 5. Oh, this is nice. Of course, now you give me whiplash. I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, I thought I lost. I didn't even check their health. Alright, somehow we got through it. Whenever the ship is hit, immediately shoots a 1 damage attack. Yeah, you're used to close for comfort. Discard all hands, throw 5 cards. Yeah. 30 engines, high frequency intercom. Draw +2 cards every turn. You are offered 1 less card in post-battle card reward. You may no longer skip any card reward. Genesis canister. What? Wait. Uh-oh. I'm covered in milk. My face is being covered in milk. No! It will not stop me. I'm gonna get scanned. Look at that. My eyes is still there. The milk skin. Let's do... I want to try this one. Playing this card completely removes it from the deck. It's possible. Alright, what do you have? Shield reserve. +2 make shield on pickup. Heal 1 after each combat. Hit this one. Heal booster. Heal 1 more. Oh. Strong start. Let's get heal booster. Safety lock. Choose a card with exhaust in the deck. It no longer exhausts. Oh! 30 energies is nice to remember correctly. Yeah, it's pretty nice. 1 extra energy and then every 2 turns gives you 2 trash cards, but that's not too bad. Safety lock. What if Strafe doesn't exhaust? Forever? Yo. The DNGs is a lot of fun until we get a hand that's 4 out of 5 trash, which happens so last. We love RNG sometimes, it's so weird. We got another crystal chunk for science. Are you sure you should be touching that? Wait, let me... Oh my god. Rick's gun! That's a nice emote. It's fine, I'm more interested in the effect it has on you. On me? Yeah, look, your holographic matrix, it's flickering. So what? And if I hold it closer, who is it? Oh shit. Interesting. Yeah, I want to eat the crystal. They're just making me want to eat the crystal. New zone. It's my shiny. It doesn't have your name on it now, does it? That's when Genesis clustered down. lots of shield. Cat can be a little evil as a trait. Why is the dark mode evil, Cat? Yikes. Oh. I'm not doing any damage here, this is really bad. Yeah. Alright, the nanofibers aren't gonna keep up with that, yeah. Oh good, the boosted nanofibers can handle it. I'll do this one. I'm not gonna do admin deploy anymore. Ow. I'm playing too defensively here, but there's nothing I can do. That's stuff, I think. Ooh. This is fine. What? No movements, or I lost. Why they do so much damage? Because they are constantly getting constantly getting power drive. Numbers! Oh my gosh, Neko! Thank you.
Jits 46 all Belgooba.
Thank you.
Joe is hungry.
Oh.
Big reveal.
Big reveal. Wait. No. Ugh. My first loss. This is not the end. Is it not though? No, Max is really tough. But I can kind of see the potential a little bit. Win a run without DZ rigs or parry in your crew to unlock the ship. Oh. So it's these three? Win 10 runs on another ship. Yeah, that was my 4th run and I lost it. Max works better with certain ships / characters. I feel like I was missing a lot of damage. I feel like Max is a damager, but it's kind of missing something. One more run? Really? One more run? I don't know if I can do that. It's 7 p.m. It's 7, no. Max is support in my opinion. Riggs is movement and ZZ's defense. Yeah. I like defensive movement. If I do one more run, it will be, if I win that, it will be at least 1.5 hours, so it will be like 8:30. No, I cannot do another run. Unless I do hardest. No. Hardest, take a downside on boot sequence. Events are harder. Start combat with a brittle cockpit. Cock.
One more run. Colon closing parenthesis.
Colon closing parenthesis. Less pre-upgraded card offering -3 max hull, 1 less max hull gain from boss kills. Elite only offers 2 artifacts. Start with 50% hull missing. Wow, that's not hard mode. That's fucking diabolical. How do you play with this? I mean, I was about to ask, can people even win this? I'm pretty sure people can win this. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's the nature of roguelike games, right? Guess it's not capable of max damage. Max damage. Victory. Defeat. Max. I blame Max. I blame Max. People beat Souls-likes with DDR pads, of course people can do that. True. I mean, people has been beating Elden Ring with like even like people strap like some sort of a neuron detection to their brain and then they just like they're playing game with their neuron like brain activity or something like that. I don't know what's going on, but that was super cool. 2 win 3 run, 3 win 3 run, 1 win 1 run. See, Parry is the best. I love Parry. Well, maybe Drake is the best, but I don't know. Not Cobalt Core, but I heard the best FTO players can beat the hardest difficulty close to 100% of the time. Whoa. Riggs is best possum, yeah. I like Drake over Parry cause she's hard as in Overheat. They are both hard, I love them. Well, I'll save here for today, right? I'm also getting a little bit hungry because I kinda had a little bit of an early lunch today, so... Oh, that was a quick exit, wow. Here, let me go here. I need to get my VR chat model done. I mean, it's basically this one. I just need to port it to... into VR chat. It's kind of weird of me to like wanting to join VR chat because of Celeste. Might be a little bit like very biased. Hopefully I'm not weird for doing that. Shit. Oh, loud. Of course, thanks for being here, Sorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Brecky.
Good night, good girl, you woo.
I'm not blushing, I'm not blushing, I'm not blushing, I'm not blushing. Oh wait, King and Cord is streaming. Playing Binding of Isaac. I never really get a chance to rate them as much.
You woo, you woo,
You
U
woo?
W U, woo woo, E W U.
UW
You. Finally awake.
Bucket. Night night tiger. You're blushing? No, I'm not. Hey you, you're finally awake. I like that bucket. I guess we're rating King and Cord. He's playing Binding of Isaac currently.
Good girl, blush more. It's cute. That's a good little pet.
Hi, Sona. I think that's everything. I mean, I'm gonna plug something. I'm gonna plug my things real quick. I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to type anymore. Wow. Blushy. I swear, I blush so easily sometimes. You're a pet size. That's why I'm a kobold. That's why I'm a kobold. Alright, I have a coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. There's I mean, coffee, if you want to support me a little bit more than just subbing at the channel, there's like a monthly membership for coffee, as low as $1 per month, so that helps a lot. So that I can pay off the mortgage and stuff. Sadly, my dad left me a lot of like things I need to pay off, so haven't been a lot of like changes on the stream for the past year, I would say. So yeah, coffee helps. Yipra doodles, doodle. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And Dragon Simping Corner, nice. I like Dragon Simping Corner. Dragon Simping Corner. I need to spam more dragon pictures lately. I haven't been doing that. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'll be live too, but game downloading still. It's okay. Read message. I already forgot why the rate is like rate 4. But here's the rate message. But of course you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. We don't want to flood the checkbox too much. And I think that's pretty much it. Let me type in the rate to King and Cord. Done. I typed the rate. You know, I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. I'm very hungry. I'm an excited kobold now as well. So many praises today. Wow. So yeah. Tomorrow I'll be playing RV Dare Yet with Zeus Pop and also Brecky. So yeah, we're gonna continue we're gonna continue the adventure of driving an RV in a dark cave. So, although it will start at about 2 p.m. my time, which is like I can stream a little bit of my own stuff before we start playing RV Day together. So that's pretty much it. So before the raid, Kobold wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' my brain shut down for a little bit. You guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobold loves y'all. Right? And here comes the raid to King and Court. Yeah. I'm gonna raid to another Kobold. Another Kobold. Kobold friend. I like Kobold. Sometimes I have a conundrum. Like, I like dragons more, but I also like kobolds more. I don't know how to choose. I cannot choose. It's too hard. Oh my god. No, I'm not gonna press the raid now button. I'll usually just wait for the timer to go down until it's like rated out, so I always do that. I think next week it's time to start doing some art as well. On Tuesdays and possibly Sundays for now, because Monday we'll be playing RV Day together. So I'll think about like maybe, or maybe even Thursday and Friday. I'm not too sure. Just 2 days a week of art. So, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobold loves y'all. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye.